The citizens of the City of Brisbane are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make today. Amen. We acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay our respects to elders past and present. And in particular today on National Sorry Day, we recognise the ongoing need for genuine reconciliation. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open, and I remind all councillors of your obligations to declare material personal interests and conflict of interest where relevant, and the requirement of such to remove yourself from the council chamber for debate and voting where applicable. Councillors, are there any apologies? I see no hands. Councillors, the confirmation of minutes, please.
Mr Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,617th meeting held on Tuesday, 19 May 2020 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
It's been moved by Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Hutton, that the minutes of the 4,617th meeting of Council held on Tuesday, the 19th of May 2020 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All those in favour say aye and raise your hands.
Aye.
Thank you. Please lower your hands. All those against say no and raise your hands. Thank you. The ayes have it. Councillors, disappointingly, we had planned on a public speaker today. However, he has called in sick only yesterday, so we won't be hearing from him today. So we'll move directly to question time. Are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or Chair of any standing committee? Councillor Atwood.
My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, council officers have continued working during the imposed isolation with a number of new sporting precincts ready for opening. Can you please update the chamber on the new netball facilities that will soon be available for the public at Wakeley and Brackenridge?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Atwood. Through you, Mr Chair. Thank you, Councillor Atwood, for the question. And I know you're very excited, like all of us, to see the return of community sports right across our community at a whole range of different facilities. And as we confirmed just recently, while the lockdown or the isolation period of restrictions was on, we had work going on a number of different playgrounds and sporting facilities. We were able to open just recently a range of upgraded playgrounds and newly established playgrounds. And I'm pleased to confirm today that we will be, in the coming weeks, opening 10 new netball courts. And those courts will be located at Bill Brown Reserve Sports Park at Brackenridge on the north side, and at the Wakeley District Sports Park in the eastern suburbs. Council has invested $15.9 million in these two projects, which is all about supporting our community sporting activities, and also, in particular, doing what we can to improve female participation in sport, which is absolutely essential and something that we all fully support. I know both Councillor Atwood and also Councillor Landers are very excited to see these two facilities, and both keen netballers themselves, maybe in the past or in the future with these new facilities. At the Bill Brown Sports Reserve, I'm proud to say that we've also been able to help support the local economy by engaging local suppliers for all steel prefabrication requirements, and working with local contractors for court surfacing, to utilise local quarries for stone and backfill needs, right through to engaging local nurseries for landscaping of the facility. The 4 new netball courts at Brackenridge, with lighting and viewing shelters, open green space, and also a 120 space car park, will further enhance the amazing sporting precinct that we see up in Brackenridge, which includes the Emily Seebohm Aquatic Centre, a council skate park, and a newly completed BMX facility. I think the facilities up there at Brackenridge, Council Landers, are the envy of many around the city when it comes to the range of facilities in one spot, and something that we are proud of as an administration of progressively delivering. So many Brisbane residents love to get involved in sports of different kinds, and I know that we've all been champing at the bit to get out there and get active as soon as we're allowed to do so. And we know that the Premier and the Chief Health Officer have indicated that we will see the return of club training commencing as part of stage 2 of the restrictions being lifted. And as we know, stage 2 is a short while away on the 12th of June. And so the new facilities at Wakeley and also at Brackenridge will be ready to go as training commences. They'll be ready also for members of the public to use and access. And also at Wakeley, there's another added benefit as well there, because council has been working closely with Meals on Wheels to establish a new commercial kitchen on site, which we've contributed $442,000 to support the completion of this facility. And this is a long-running project that will be much welcome in the local area, and see the relocation of the Meals on Wheels facility to be part of this sporting precinct as well. We know that our green spaces and sporting facilities across Brisbane are so highly valued, and now more than ever before, people are keen to use them. And this investment of $15.9 million into new netball facilities, providing 10 courts, is something that I know will be warmly welcomed by the community. And I'm looking forward to everyone getting out there and getting active and using council sporting facilities. We know in recent times, even though the player numbers have been down, there's been no ability to participate in organised sport, that the need for maintenance of these facilities continues, and that includes the need for watering of existing sporting fields. And we've had a great response to the initial council support that has been provided, which allocates
point of order. Sorry, Lord Mayor, there's a point of order against you, I believe. Is that what you're doing, Councillor Johnston?
I've got my hand up for a question because the Lord Mayor's been going for well over 5 minutes, Mr. Chair.
Oh, okay. So no, there was no point of order. Excuse me. Lord Mayor, please continue.
Thank you. Just briefly, I mentioned the $5,000 towards the water bill of those clubs that are based on council land and have sporting fields to water. That has obviously been well received. We're also looking forward to seeing further support from the state government to our local sporting clubs.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Public and Active Transport Committee, Councillor Murphy. This morning you announced an extension of the trial of e-scooters in Brisbane, a move that the opposition supports. To ensure Brisbane residents have the full picture, can you tell the Chamber how many injuries from scooter accidents have been recorded during the first part of the trial?
Councillor Murphy.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair, and I thank Councillor Cassidy for the question. I actually do have the exact numbers. So there were 49 incidents on e-scooters in the first quarter of 2020. At the same time, we've got to remember and keep this in context, there was around over 200 motor vehicle deaths in Queensland last year. So we have not yet had a single fatal incident as a result of e-scooter use in our city. But I got to say, it's disappointing that Councillor Cassidy, that in saying you support the trial, that you're so willing to talk down e-scooters in our city, so willing to talk up the risk. Because if we're going to encourage people to use this as an alternative active transport solution, then we're going to need both sides of politics to get on board. The risk. Forget, there were 2.5 million people, 2.5 million Brisbane residents who used e-scooters as part of the trial last year in Brisbane. Those are 2.5 million trips that weren't taken in cars.
Point of order. I believe that's what you're doing. Is that a point of order, Councillor Cassidy?
Yes, Chair. Yeah, just on the question was for the about the number of incidents for the full trial. Councillor Murphy's given the number for the first quarter of 2020.
I understand. Councillor Murphy, you've got it's quite a long way to go in your time allocated, but can I also bring your attention back to answer that question? However, feel free to continue on the path you're on, but make sure to be mindful of Councillor Cassidy's question in the time that you do have. Councillor Murphy.
Yeah, look, thanks very much, Chair. The reality is that the state government and council are working very closely on all aspects of active travel, and that not only includes bikeway provision, but also the regulation of the e-scooters scheme in our city. We have a very good scheme at the moment. We had 9 operators tender for the e-scooter contract. We had 2 successful tenderers in Lime and Neuron who now operate in the city in a split of 600 scooters for Neuron and 400 scooters for Lime. And actually, we have found that they have been extremely cooperative. Whenever we have raised an issue with regards to safety in the scheme or speeds or the helmet issue, they have cooperated, and actually they've innovated to improve the scheme. We've seen Neuron introduce recently the helmet docking system. I believe this is a world first to have a helmet docking system. Now, understanding that Australia has some of the strictest helmet laws in the world, that we're able to innovate around that to improve safety for people who are using the scheme. And I think that's really a positive thing. We were out there with Neuron this morning making the announcement around extension of the contract. But what this next year will buy us is the opportunity to trial some new innovations in the e-scooter contract. So firstly, we'll be able to have a last mile trial on stages of on parts of Metro 1 and Metro Line 2, where we'll be looking at rolling out e-scooters to parts of the outer suburbs that might not have seen e-scooters since the first phase of e-scooter mania way back when we started the trial in September 2018. Looking at rolling them out there as we interfacing with busway stations. So places like Buranda and Greenslopes, 8 Mile Plains, communities that you might think are a very, very long way away from where e-scooters operate at the moment. But those communities could potentially benefit from having that last mile solution to get them from busway stations out to local shops, and then they can complete that journey by walking to their home. What we don't want to see, Chair, is a proliferation of scooters uncontrolled throughout the suburbs where scooters are just popping up all around the city. We want to make sure that we continue the excellent management of the e-scooter scheme that we've seen thus far in Brisbane, where we've worked very closely with operators in a controlled way to look at all the issues around safety, around provision of street space, around proliferation of street furniture, to make sure that e-scooters is regulated in Brisbane to the absolute world best practice. We know there's no rule book when it comes to managing e-scooters. A lot of cities have made it up as they go along. We don't want Brisbane to be one of those examples. We want Brisbane to be setting world's best practice when it comes to managing e-scooters, making sure that we do this carefully, methodically, slowly, and at all times that we're working with the Queensland Government, who actually regulates aspects of safety around helmets, around maximum speed, and then of course council regulating the street space on the footpath. And I was interested to note, Councillor Cassidy, you made some claims this morning around provision of footpath repairs and the danger that might pose in the outer suburbs to people using schemes like Lime and Neuron. And I just want to remind you that, when the Labor Party managed footpath repairs, it was an absolute shambles in this city. There were,
Just like you now.
Yeah, so thanks very much, Councillor Johnson. I take note that you've never actually managed anything in this city. You continue to snipe from the sidelines.
Your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Owen.
Thank you. My question is to the Chair of Public and Active Transport Committee, Councillor Murphy. I understand that Council and the State Government have agreed to convene a joint active travel advisory group, which will tackle the missing bikeway links across Brisbane. Can you please outline what Council's involvement in the task force will be and how this will contribute to our active transport network plan that is now underway?
Councillor Murphy.
Yeah, thanks very much for your question, Councillor Owen. And I know that you, as a very keen user of our shared paths when you're out walking your dogs, is keen to see us enhance cooperation with the state government. As you know, the Council's committed to creating a cycling-friendly city by building on our diverse network of bikeways, shared paths and river walks. This is extremely topical right now because all around the world, cities are working to ensure that walking and cycling remain a meaningful part of the transport mix after COVID-19. Today in the Financial Review, Ian Grayson wrote about research conducted by KPMG, which shows that more than half of cities surveyed nominate mobility as a service and congestion management as a key objective of their transportation networks. Helsinki-based transport planner Ian Sachs is quoted as saying, "A smart city is one that offers a menu of transportation choices," and I couldn't agree more with him. More and more people are choosing cycling as a great way to exercise and commute. Council's 20 automatic counters have demonstrated a significant increase in active travel during this challenging pandemic. So far this year, we've seen a 30% increase in total usage of our bikeway and pathway network compared to the same period last year. In real terms, that's an additional 1 million users. Last month, there was a 91% increase in bike riding on weekends and a 22% increase on weekdays. The number of visits to Council's Cycling Brisbane webpage is up 32% as people look for more ways to explore our city by bike. And when it comes to walking, the people of Brisbane have been pounding the pavement with a 49% increase on weekends and a 55% increase on weekdays. Team Schrinner is passionately focused and is encouraging this momentum and enabling residents to make healthy and safe travel options in the long term. With this in mind, last week, the Lord Mayor and I met with Minister Bailey to discuss a range of important transport issues in Brisbane. We all agreed on the importance of improving the interface between council and state bikeway networks, with a particular focus on filling missing links and improving connectivity. We therefore decided to co-convene an Active Travel Advisory Committee, or ATAC. Brisbane has a well-organised cycling community and a number of active bicycle user groups, and Bicycle Queensland having over 16,000 members. This new initiative, the Active Travel Advisory Committee, co-convened with the Department of Transport and Main Roads, will assist Council to draw on our collective experience and insights, as well as the experience and insights of the community. Importantly, it will allow direct communication between Council and State on planning priorities and initiatives. The advisory group will represent both cyclists and pedestrians to ensure integration across various modes of travel. We are looking forward to finalising the membership and activating this advisory group in the coming days. I thank Minister Bailey for his willingness to work with Council on the harmonisation of our active transport networks. This new initiative builds upon the Council and State's track record of working together to improve connectivity. We're collaborating to complete missing sections and upgrades to the V1 bikeway at Birdwood Road and sections of the North Brisbane Bikeway. Other council projects that connect to TMR's strategic links include the Wayers Road Bikeway, which connects to the Gateway North Bikeway, and the Indooroopilly Riverwalk, which provides improved access to the Western Freeway Bikeway. Brisbane's bikeway network is approximately 938 kilometres, so it's a very big network. The vast majority of this is in fact 90% council owned, so 853 kilometres of it. And with this extensive network comes a comprehensive system of automatic counters that inform future planning. Many people who use our bikeway network will pass these as they go through. I'm pleased to inform the Chamber that Council is now looking at how we optimise these counters to provide public-facing reports on bikeway usage, as well as integrate with the counters owned by the state network, so that Brisbane residents and the cycling community can get a fulsome picture of exactly who is using our bikeway network and when. The Active Travel Advisory Committee will support the planning and delivery of active transport infrastructure across the city. Council is exploring several initiatives in the city centre to improve accessibility for walking and cycling, and to accommodate, encourage and enable residents to choose cycling as a mode of transport. Council's active transport policies have been updated in recent years with the adoption of the Active Transport Strategy 2012 to 2026 and the Transport Plan for Brisbane. And both strategies include actions to develop a revised active transport network. The Active Transport Network Plan, currently in draft form, reviews the existing bicycle network within City Plan to identify gaps and opportunities. It will also inform the state's principal cycling network. Council has received ongoing contributions from cyclists and pedestrians throughout this process. And we look forward to going into further consultations.
Further questions? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, this year you allocated $74,000 to move a refuge and a bus stop on Oxley Road near Quarry Road, Sherwood, that neither I nor the community I represent has asked for in the 12 years I've been the local councillor. In Tennyson Ward, there are dozens of small but important projects that have languished on Council's capital works list for years that our community does want, but you won't fund. To ensure this funding won't be wasted and will be invested locally, will you redirect the funding from the Quarry Road project to deliver a refuge at the corner of Park Road and Verney Road East near Graceville State School?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor Johnston, for the question. Look, I assume that Councillor Johnston is referring to the bus stop improvement program. Is that correct?
I'm not sure. I believe that Councillor Johnston is referring to a pedestrian refuge. That's probably minor road upgrades.
Councillor Johnston referred to a bus stop relocation.
Point of order.
What I might do, Councillor Johnston, would you mind, for the benefit of the room, please read your question again?
Lord Mayor, this year you allocated $74,000 to move a refuge and a bus stop on Oxley Road near Quarry Road, Sherwood, that neither I nor the community I represent had asked for in the 12 years I've been the local councillor. My question goes on to ask for that funding to be relocated to deliver a refuge at the corner of Park Road and Verney Road East near Graceville State School, and it is not related to the bus stop.
I just asked you a question as you read it before. You've changed the question now. So there's two separate.
Do you want me to read the whole thing again?
That is what I asked for. Yes, please.
Lord Mayor, this year you allocated $74,000 to move a refuge and a bus stop near Oxley Road and on Oxley Road near Quarry Road, Sherwood, that neither I nor the community I represent has asked for in the 12 years I've been the local councillor. In Tennyson Ward, there are dozens of small but important projects that have languished on Council's capital works list for years that our community does not want, but you won't fund. To ensure this funding won't be wasted, will it be invested locally? Will you redirect the funding to deliver a refuge at the corner of Park Road and Verney Road East near Graceville State School?
Lord Mayor.
Okay, so I understand the project was actually a congestion reduction project. It was done by the Congestion Reduction Unit in Council, and they look for identifying small but valuable projects across the city that can help reduce congestion in a targeted way. And so we're not talking about major intersection upgrades or road widenings here, but cases where, for example, the location of a bus stop may be causing a blockage in the traffic or causing some traffic concerns. And so this one was put forward by the Congestion Reduction Unit based on their view of a potential congestion reduction at this location. Now, I acknowledge that Councillor Johnston doesn't seem to support this particular project, but ultimately, the reality is that the Congestion Reduction Unit does projects like this right across the city based on their knowledge of the road network and modelling.
Cancelled the project.
Effective.
Please allow the Lord Mayor to answer his question. Lord Mayor.
And from that point on, we go through a process. Once they've identified potential projects, we allocate some funding in the budget. And then we go through a process of consultation with the local councillor and locally impacted residents or businesses. And some of those projects get support, some of them don't. But I can say that if a project doesn't get support, that's part and parcel of what we do. And we acknowledge the importance of community feedback in this process. And that money will be reallocated to other congestion reduction projects in the similar field. Now, Councillor Johnston is making a budget pitch for a particular project. Fair enough. You can make that call, you can make that claim, or that
Redirect it locally.
No, please allow the Lord Mayor to answer the question in silence. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So she can make that pitch by all means. That's her right. But she will just have to wait until the 17th of June to see
this year's budget.
No, Councillor Johnston. Question time does not allow you to interject regularly. Please allow the Lord Mayor to answer the question you asked him. Lord Mayor.
Thank you,
Point of
Mr.
order
Chair.
then, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
The question actually asks, will the Lord Mayor redirect the funding to deliver a refuge to the corner of Park Road and Verney Road East near Graceville State School? It's existing funding and I'm asking for it to be redirected.
Okay, thank you. That was within the question asked earlier. Lord Mayor, you have more than half your time remaining. Please be mindful of the question asked and proceed when ready. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. So, as I was explaining, every council has an ability to make a budget submission and have that considered through the budget process. In this case, the reality is if the project is not proceeding, then we will reallocate it to other congestion busting projects. I'll bear in mind Councillor Johnston's request, but I don't think from what she said that the project she's referring to is a congestion busting project. There's a different form of project, and there is another section of the budget which deals specifically with pedestrian refuges and pedestrian crossings. Councillor Johnston makes it sound very simple. Oh, look, yeah, that project's not going ahead, so move the money over here to another project. That makes sense. And that might be a good pitch locally, and you're entitled to make that pitch, but we have to consider all of these competing priorities in the budget. And as Councillor Murphy pointed out earlier, Councillor Johnston is great at sniping from the sidelines, but when it comes to actually managing a budget or managing, in fact, anything, she is one of the few people here that has absolutely no experience in doing that. She has experience at attacking and criticising.
Yeah, that's completely
No interjections, please.
Well, point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
It's way before Councillor Murphy's time,
No.
The Lord Mayor certainly knows that's not correct.
What is the point of order? Oh, okay. All right. So no point of order. All right. Thanks, Lord Mayor. Please continue.
And certainly, I understand exactly why Councillor Johnston is doing that. And like I said, it's her right to do as a local councillor. And all I will simply say is we consider all requests through the budget process. And we've got to make the right judgments based on the needs of the city. We've got to make the right judgments based on many competing priorities. And we've also got to make the right judgments in an environment which has changed remarkably in just a few short months. And so the financial situation of the council going into this budget is a far more challenging one than it has been for many, many years. And we will deal with that challenge. We're taking that challenge head on. We'll keep the budget strong and balanced. But Councillor Johnston, I take your request. I will consider it as part of the future upcoming budget. But I'm not going to give you that commitment today because there's a lot of competing priorities that we're discussing as part of the budget going forward. So thank you for the question.
Further questions? Councillor Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is to the Chair of the City Planning and Economic Development Committee, Councillor Adams. Deputy Mayor, Council has recently surveyed a number of businesses across the city to understand how to best assist with the recovery after COVID downturn. Can you please outline what else we are doing to support our local businesses?
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor Hammond, for the question. Yes, we are working very hard at the moment to understand how we can best support businesses during this time. And Councillor Allen and myself have been working through the Economic Recovery Task Force and have opened the Business in Brisbane Recovery Survey to more than 15,000 local businesses. We ask all councillors to promote this with their businesses, to have their say. It's their opportunity for them to tell us more about the challenges that they face during this time and what council can do to support them through the next phase of recovery. We also want to hear from our valued industry bodies and have set up a dedicated industry submissions process, which is now open for comment. Again, as I say, I'd encourage everyone who owns a business or forms part of an industry group to complete our business surveys, and also for all councillors to make sure they can get onto the Business in Brisbane Facebook page and access this information to promote it with their local businesses as well. What we want to see in Brisbane is a recovery that is as quick as possible. But at the moment, we are faced with much uncertainty, and we need to be able to provide surety in our decisions and restore confidence in our community. The economic development team have been working hard and behind the scenes to gather as much information as we can so we can better understand the multitude of challenges faced by business and the community at this time. We've been monitoring the impacts of COVID since the very early indicators of disruption to the city. And while it is difficult to quantify the magnitude of these impacts on our economy and communities, the statistical data that is being collected has proved critical to inform some recovery efforts and get this city back on its feet as quickly and as safely as possible. Council's economic development team have been tracking our economic performance using information collected from CommBank and SpendMap to estimate the changes that we're seeing in consumer spending across the city. Through this data collection, Council has been able to identify which local economies have been the hardest hit and which industries, businesses and local jobs have been most impacted. I'm sure it is no surprise to anyone here this evening that the Brisbane CBD has recorded a significant loss in a local spend of up to 45% during the peak restrictions from that we see in normal spends in town. Some of the major suburban centres, including Chermside, Ashgrove, Capera and Aspley, have also experienced considerable economic disruption since the outbreak. It has taken a few months now, but these areas are beginning to see a way up as the restrictions ease and people slowly return to their normal routine. Interestingly, though, we have observed increases in some local expenditure in our suburban centres across Brisbane as well. So Indooroopilly, Rochedale, Kenmore, Darra and Stafford have all recorded an increase in local spend, estimated at over 30%. So while these increases in suburban expenditure are clearly not enough to offset the significant loss recorded around the city centre and major centres, it does reassure us that local businesses have been able to quickly respond to changes and adjust the way they operate to meet our community needs. But we know it is just as important to measure the impacts of the pandemic during the outbreak and through peak decline, as it is to monitor trends towards recovery. Our current predictions for growth are almost entirely premised on continuing to ease restrictions and maintaining new community norms. As people become more mobile and consumer confidence grows, we have been able to identify the top indicators of economic recovery cycles and are beginning to observe some upwards trends of expenditure. Pedestrian and scooter counts, Wi-Fi data, car park usage and congestion reporting are also pivotal indicators used to analyse behavioural changes and the flow-on effects to the local economy. Following a sharp fall in citywide movement during our peak restrictions, we are gradually starting to see the counts pick up through May. But while most of the analysis will focus on the economic costs, the broader social implications should not be overlooked as well. The team are also following core ABS data sets to make sure they establish and track a series of indicators, excuse me, to make sure we assess the potential areas of health and financial vulnerabilities as well. By doing so, we are also able to undertake specific analysis against known jobs and industries that are most affected by COVID to determine which areas would benefit most from additional and targeted support. Now more than ever, we know we need to connect with the community. We need to get business up and running again and be informed about a long-term response.
Further questions, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the City Planning and Economic Development.
I think I've heard a point of order. Is there a point of order?
Sorry, Chair. I thought I'm due for a question. I'm meant to get one question in every 7.
I apologise, Councillor Shree. The screen, when I look at the screen, I look for an opposition councillor at this point, and the first one I saw was Councillor Cassidy. Can I assure you that that was not intentional, and that I will endeavour to provide your question as soon as possible, all right?
Yeah, just I think the meeting rules require that I have this question.
No,
I'm mindful of time.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's right. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the City Planning and Economic Development Committee, Councillor Adams. The answers to questions on notice today shows $1.76 million was spent in November and December on the Nothing's Changed Everything's Different advertising campaign. Can you tell us how much of this was spent outside of Brisbane?
Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, just getting the right unmute button there. Look, thank you for the question, Councillor Cassidy. Nothing changed, everything different. Promotion was run through Brisbane Marketing and was a major part of their responsibility.
Order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I refer you to the Meetings Local Law, Section 33, subsection 4, which says questions should be allocated to minority councillors, and they will be allocated pro rata. So I just pick up Councillor Shree's issue and ask that you follow the Meetings Local Law to ensure that councillors get questions as the Meetings Local Law provides.
Thanks, Councillor Johnston. I assure you the law has been followed. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as I was saying, yes, nothing's changed. Everything Different promotion was run through Brisbane Marketing as a campaign to support our Southeast regional area in Queensland as the regional tourism operator under the state government's Tourism and Events Queensland program for Southeast Queensland. The program, as was noted today, the cost there was substantially around setting it up. As you would have seen, it was a very popular campaign that was run for a short period. Unfortunately, pandemic and restrictions made it probably not as relevant going into the new calendar year as well. When I spoke about the campaign at the end of last year, I was made it very clear, and so did the Lord Mayor through media releases, that this was a campaign that we would be sending first throughout Brisbane and the local government area to introduce to Brisbaneites to remember how much there is to see and do in the Brisbane area. It is unashamedly focused on Brisbane because even our Southeast Queensland regional partners understand that we are the capital city, and anything that starts here can then spread out through our tourism strategy as well. The plan was to take it to a wider market this calendar year through to Sydney and Melbourne at this point of time, actually, while it was having cold weather down there, to encourage them to come up here and spend their money in our usually warm Brisbane climate as well. Due to the COVID pandemic, we saw a cessation of this actual advertising campaign around February, if I remember correctly. It is on hold at this time, and it will be reviewed for its relevancy going forward. But it's something that we will definitely be using again in the future, and none of that expenditure for.
Point of order to you, Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, look, I just want for some clarity, and I think the Deputy Mayor sort of alluded to an answer, but if she can be very clear, and the question was very clear, how much of this was spent outside of Brisbane?
Deputy Mayor, the question, please.
The impatience knows no bounds. I was in the middle of the sentence that was answering that question, Councillor Cassidy, is that there was no expenditure.
Please, no interjections. You have reiterated the question. Councillor Adams, you have 3 minutes, 45 seconds. No, excuse me, 2 minutes, 45 seconds to go. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I said, happy to answer the question if they will listen to the answer. As I was saying, there was no money spent outside the Brisbane local government. Sorry, I shouldn't say out of the Southeast Queensland region. I can't confirm if advertising for this came up on Facebook pop-ups of people if they were outside Brisbane, but it was definitely the local campaign that was run over the Christmas period, and there has been no interstate advertising through this program due to the COVID pandemic as we came into the new calendar year. It is something that we have still got within Brisbane Marketing with the intellectual property, and of course the fantastic support that we got from Powderfinger being the first group able to use their song for commercial purpose, because they also saw the fantastic opportunity to promote Brisbane and their hometown with one of their absolutely fantastic songs as well. So at this point of time, it is not progressing interstate. That would considering you can't even get to Queensland at the moment, but it was only spent within, I cannot confirm within Brisbane LGA, but within the Southeast Queensland corner to promote people to come and visit Brisbane over the Christmas period.
Further questions? Councillor Hutton.
My question is for the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, Councillor McLaughlin. Councillor McLaughlin, with the state government's easing of COVID-19 restrictions, can you please provide an update on how this has impacted traffic across our city and what traffic volumes we can expect to see on our roads in the coming weeks?
Councillor McLaughlin.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, and to Councillor Hutton for the question. The COVID-19 pandemic and associated restrictions have certainly impacted on all corners of our community and changed day-to-day life in Brisbane. I'm sure everyone in the chamber has observed changes to traffic flows and volumes in their wards and across the city during this time. Further to the earlier answer from Councillor Adams, specifically looking at traffic issues, in mid-February, there were approximately 3.8 million vehicles travelling on Council's key road corridors. This figure started to decrease towards the end of February, and by late March, traffic volumes on Council's roads were about 22% less than usual. In the following 2 weeks, volumes continued to fall to around 37.5% less traffic than normal by mid-April. Around this point, typical morning and afternoon congestion peaks had effectively disappeared. Mr. Speaker, towards the end of April, we saw traffic beginning to increase, which coincided with the Queensland Government's easing of isolation restrictions. For example, on Saturday, the 2nd of May, the Queensland Government allowed picnics with families and visits to national parks. On this day, traffic on our roads increased by 38% compared to the previous Saturday, indicating many people across Brisbane took advantage of the restrictions changes, and by mid-May, traffic volumes had increased to only 23% less than usual. So our traffic planners certainly have been having a good look at traffic volumes during this time. Throughout May, we've seen the return of morning and afternoon congestion peaks. Council's traffic engineers have been observing that traffic volumes during these peaks are increasing by around 3% each day. Mr. Speaker, the return of students to school is also contributed.
I'm going to have to ask you to just refer to me as Mr. Chair, please, in the future.
Sorry, my apologies, Mr. Chair. The return of students to school has also contributed to traffic increases this month. With the return of some students on Monday, the 11th of May, an analysis was undertaken around Dutton Park State School and Wynnum West State School. This analysis showed a significant increase in traffic volumes around the schools during the peak period. During that week, there was a 7.5% traffic increase on roads around both schools compared to the previous week. Yesterday, grades 2 and 10 began returning to school campuses, so we can expect this number will again increase this week. So as we can see, the implementation and easing of coronavirus restrictions has significant impacts on our road network. Stage 2 of restriction easing, which will allow gatherings of up to 20 people and more public spaces to open, is planned to come into effect on the 12th of June. Stage 3, planned for 10th of July, will allow gatherings of up to 100 people and most public venues to operate. So based on the traffic analysis Council has been undertaken, we can predict that the return of normal traffic levels during peak periods will coincide with the introduction of stage 3. We're expecting to see, therefore, these usual traffic volumes around the first week of July. Of course, this is based on the assumption that the state government's easing of restrictions will progress as expected and announced over the coming weeks. Although we are beginning to see increases in congestion across the city, this is indicating that we're beginning to revert to business as usual, which is what our city needs. We need the Brisbane community to start returning to and supporting our restaurants, our cafes, shops and small businesses. We're also starting to see more people using our council car parks and metered spaces for the purpose of retail and recreation, which is again an indication that our city is starting to get up and running again. In relation to a question about the period of reduced traffic impacts on our operations, ours for daytime works were able to be extended due to the lack of morning and afternoon congestion peaks, so we took advantage of that. Some works were able to commence earlier. For example, works associated with stage 1 of the Wynnum Road corridor upgrade were able to switch some planned night works to daytime works to reduce the impact on local residents. To support
the continuation of city construction projects. Council also relaxed inner city heavy vehicle lockout periods, which allowed construction vehicles to access sites in the city during the peak periods. During the period of lower traffic volumes, however, Transport Planning and Operations did stop undertaking traffic counts, which I'm sure we will get back to our normal operations as soon as possible. Our councillors have been seeing that in some petition responses.
Councillor McLaughlin, your time has expired.
Thank you.
The questions, Councillor Shree.
Thanks, Chair. My question's to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, live streaming council committee meetings and publishing video recordings would greatly improve transparency and accountability within Brisbane City Council and give residents more opportunities to learn about council initiatives and important issues. If live video streaming of committee meetings has been feasible during the shutdown and other Queensland councils already live stream their committee meetings, what are the main reasons that the LNP opposes this important democratic reform here in Brisbane? And if you feel you can't afford to stream the meetings, would you allow councillors to film committee meetings ourselves?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Councillor Shree for the question. Look, I first wanted to say that the idea that this is an important democratic reform is just ludicrous. Right now, our committee meetings are open to members of the public. Our committee meetings are viewed by journalists and reported on by journalists. This has been the case for a long period of time, and everything that is discussed in a committee meeting is recorded and is also presented through to council the following week. So the idea that somehow these meetings are secret or any way anti-democratic is just not true. Now, I am very proud that we were the first administration in the history of Brisbane City Council to make our meetings available online in the way that we're doing now and live streaming the council meetings. And there is a clear point to live streaming council meetings because of the ultimate decision-making body of the City of Brisbane. And as I mentioned, committee meetings report through to council, and so everything that happens at committee is then reported the next week at the council meeting. But the suggestion or idea that there are somehow thousands or a whole lot of people who are champing at the bit to watch a council committee meeting, Councillor Shree, is not true. We see week after week that the average number of people that watch our live stream council meetings is about 30 or 40 people. And we know that most of those people are actually in council. They're actually council employees watching the meeting. So the idea that this massive demand for live streaming of committee meetings is
My residents love it.
No interjections, please.
And how many out of the 35 people are your residents, Councillor Johnston? Look, the reality is you love it. We know Councillor Shree loves it because it's all about grandstanding. But the reality is there is not a big demand for the live streaming of committee meetings. There is absolute accountability for those meetings at present, and that will continue. And everything that happens, as I mentioned, at the committee meeting is available for the public to see. It is reported on by journalists every week, and then it comes through to the council meeting the following week, which is live streamed. So, Councillor Shree, I know you want to use these meetings as an opportunity to grandstand and to run your own agenda.
Point of order, Chair.
The answer is no.
On
There is no demand for it.
point of order, Chair.
I've got a point of order here. Councillor Shree, point of order.
Just on relevance, the question was a straightforward question about what are the main objections, and I assume.
Okay, all right.
I just told you there is no demand for it, other than a couple of councillors here who want to grandstand. The reality is, anyone who wants access to anything that happens in a council committee can find out that information. There is nothing secretive. It is all fully transparent at the moment, and that will continue. And we are proud to have the most transparent, and not only transparent council in Australia, but the most transparent level of government out of the three of them. Every councillor here has access to information that MPs at the state or federal level simply wouldn't get. And I'm proud that that is the case, and that will continue. But the reality is, having the weekly Jonathan Shree show in a committee is not something, it might be something that suits him, but it is not something that there's big demand in the community for. And we won't be spending the tens of thousands of dollars to provide a platform for Jonathan Shree to grandstand in committee meetings.
All right, that concludes question time. I now draw the council's attention to the consideration of committee reports. Firstly, the Lord Mayor, the Establishment and Coordination Committee report, please.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Shree.
Sorry, Chair. I just wanted to clarify that I have checked the records from the previous meetings, and it is the case that there were although I'm entitled to 1 in 7 questions from non-administration councillors, that hasn't been the case. So I just want you to acknowledge that I'll be entitled to another question quite soon to make up for that, and that
I will review it independently, but however, we're going to be moving on. I'm happy to review all conducted meetings after the meeting.
That's fine. I'm mindful of time, and I don't want to drag the point out now, but this has been a problem in the past. This is the third time this has happened.
I don't agree. I think, as we've discussed, you and I have discussed this in the past. If I've made an error, it has been over-servicing you with questions, not servicing you. And that's, you can laugh all you like, it's true. All right?
Yeah, I agree.
And so, I will, however, we're going to progress to the consideration of committee reports, please. Lord Mayor.
Point of order, Chair.
Thank you.
Point of order, Councillor Shree.
I just wanted to move dissent in your ruling. I'm sorry to drag out, but it's not correct that you've given me more questions than my allocation. You've actually given me less questions than my allocation. And
for a start, it's not a ruling. It's an I've engaged with you on the question you've asked. I provided reasoning. However, in the name of transparency, if you don't believe that I've been looking after you pretty well, then you can say so. Is there someone who agrees that I've not been caring for Councillor Shree?
I already did.
All right. There's now a procedural motion of dissent against me. All those in favour say aye and raise your hands.
Aye.
And those who say no and raise your hands.
No.
The noes have it. Thank you.
Division.
Division.
All right, we're going to have a division on this matter. Please ring the bells. Alex, please turn off the bells. All right, all those in favour of the procedural motion say aye and raise your hand and hold it there so it may be counted.
Aye.
Aye.
Please lower your hands. All those against, please raise your hands and say no and hold your hand there so it may be counted.
No.
Please lower your hands. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr. Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 2 in favour, 20 against, and 5 abstentions.
Thank you. Councillors, I once again ask for the Establishment and Coordination Committee report to be moved. Lord Mayor.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, just a procedural, Chair, along the similar lines. If you could investigate, please, because my count shows that collectively the Green and Independent Council have had 6 for the opposition's 12 questions over the last 4 weeks. So some consistency would be good.
Mate, I've already, Councillor Cassidy, I've already committed to that. All right, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee held on Monday, 18th of May 2020 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by the Lord Mayor, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, the report of the Establishment Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday, the 18th of May 2020 be adopted. Is there any debate for Lord Mayor? Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that items E and items F are taken seriatim for debate and voting purposes.
Seriatim together?
Yes, thank you. For debate and voting purposes.
All right, so items E and F will be debated independently and second and together. They will be debated and voted upon together separately, and we will deal with A, B, C, and D first. Then we will move to E and F. The Lord Mayor.
Sorry, point of order.
Yes, Councillor Johnston.
Just a procedural question for clarification. I have a request for further information that relates to one of those 2 items. Do you want me to ask it when we move to those 2 items?
Yes, please. So I'll ask that all councillors limit their comments to items A through D first, and then Councillor Johnston, if I could ask you to come back with those questions when debate moves to items E and F, please. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today, as councillors are aware, marks National Sorry Day. And I wanted to start by acknowledging that normally today we would have public events and one including held by council in King George Square, which has traditionally been the case. But unfortunately, it's not been possible to do that due to the current COVID restrictions and also managing the risks associated with that. So while there haven't been public ceremonies or commemorations or celebrations of National Sorry Day, it's certainly something that we are all very on board with and thinking of at this time, and something that we know as a council is so important to our community, and in particular to those that were part of the stolen generation as well. It was back in 2008 when the Prime Minister, Kevin Rudd, made the formal apology to the stolen generation, or the stolen generations. And it's every year at this time that we consider the impact on Indigenous and Torres Strait Islander members of our community, and also recommit ourselves to reconciliation as a community. The incredible impact that having children forcibly removed from families is something that does last generations. It is something that not only affects the generation that it immediately happened to, but it's something that has an impact that lasts generations. To have families torn apart in that way is a national tragedy, and it is absolutely right that as a community, as a country, as different levels of government, that apology was made back in 2008. And it is also right that every year that we commemorate and recognise National Sorry Day. It is also part of National Reconciliation Week, which is underway at the moment. And as we normally do, today for National Sorry Day, we are lighting up our city assets. So the Victoria Bridge, Story Bridge, Tropical Dome at Mount Cootha Botanic Gardens, and also the Redcliffe Place sculptures will be lit up black, red and yellow. And also for Reconciliation Week, the Story Bridge and Victoria Bridge will be lit up for the week, for this particularly important week in our national calendar. So I did want to just mention the importance of this event, and also apologise that we can't have the normal ceremonies, not only in King George Square, but in different locations across the city. And council as an organisation, and a council as a group of councillors as well, is absolutely committed to that reconciliation process and doing what we can to support members of our Indigenous and Torres Strait Islander communities and working towards the goal of national reconciliation. On Thursday, the Victoria Bridge and Story Bridges will be lit up in rainbow colours to support LGBTI Domestic Violence Prevention Month. And this is supported by DV Connect and also Queensland Council for LGBTI Health, which is coming together for the first ever, the inaugural Day of Remembrance and Recognition for LGBTI victims and survivors of domestic violence in Queensland. So that is the first, and also something that it's important that we bring awareness to. So that will be happening on Thursday with the lighting of those assets. Moving towards the different items on the agenda. Item A is the Council's first ever domestic violence and family violence prevention strategy. And obviously this is something that has been discussed prior in this chamber, something that Councillor Cook first suggested, and I want to acknowledge and thank her for putting this forward, and something that has been taken forward from that point in a bipartisan manner with support, no doubt, from all councillors. And the first thing we must do as a council, as an organisation and a group of council is to unreservedly condemn all forms of violence, especially that which occurs in a domestic or family situation. We know that domestic and family violence does not discriminate against age, gender, the length of time in a relationship, or any other factor. And we know that it impacts people right across the community. One of the most shocking things about this is the impact that it also can have on children. And that is something like when I mentioned before the impact of the stolen generation on generations to come, that is something that also can have impacts for generations to come. So this strategy was developed in response to Council's commitment to reduce violence and abuse in homes across Brisbane and also workplaces. We acknowledge that this insidious behaviour exists out in our community in a much bigger form than us as a community are prepared to tolerate. And I know that the national debate in recent times, I think it has turned a corner with some of the incredible tragedies that have happened in recent times, because people have seen that firsthand, the impact that this has with people losing their lives on an ongoing basis, people being killed by the people that are supposed to love them, people being abused by the people that are supposed to love them. And we saw some of the recent tragedies just here in Brisbane, in our own local community, that is the sad impact of domestic violence that has become public and become very high profile. We know that in many cases, the level of domestic violence in our community is a hidden issue. It is not always apparent. And we want to make sure that it is not a case of out of sight, out of mind. And so this strategy going forward aims at building on some of the great work that has been done in the community, some of the existing work that had been done in council, and building on that. But most importantly, making a clear statement that council as an organisation unreservedly condemns all forms of violence, and especially domestic and family violence. The strategy provides a framework for council to enhance collaboration with other organisations and the community in response to domestic violence. And I know that in her role as Lady Mayoress, Nina has been in very close contact with a number of organisations that are at the front line when it comes to the response to domestic and family violence. And it is one of those things where the impact on people's lives and the flow-on effects that has throughout the community is not always clear, but it is just massive. It is massive. And there are so many organisations that are providing help, and there are so many organisations that a council can work with going forward, and also other levels of government as well, to provide help where it is needed the most. You won't see a council or a state government or a federal government conclusively solving this problem, but in partnership with all levels of government and community organisations, and ultimately through individual changes in behaviour, we can make real improvements, and we should make real improvements, and that is something that we are committed to as a council. Obviously, the Queensland Government, when it comes to the state, is the lead agency for the prevention of family and domestic violence, and the government continues to provide a range of support services to those experiencing violence. These services are primarily a function of state governments, and obviously that is something we support continuing, but we want to work with those community organisations. We want to work with our own employees in council to make sure that we can play an important role going forward in stamping out domestic violence, saying no to it, not tolerating it, and moving forward to turn that corner that I mentioned before. I know that everyone in this chamber, with this virtual chamber, has a vested interest.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired.
Move for an extension.
Extension from Councillor Adams, seconded Councillor Owen. All those in favour of an extension of time, please say aye and raise your hands.
Aye.
Say no and raise your hands. The ayes have it. Thank you. Lord Mayor, please continue.
Thank you, and thank you to the virtual chamber for the extension. I was just saying, I know everyone, or every councillor here has a vested interest in the safety of residents. It is something that motivates us all on an ongoing basis. And just because in many cases is a hidden challenge and a hidden problem in our society, doesn't mean that it's not something at the forefront of our minds and shouldn't continue to be. And so we all ultimately have the right to be in loving relationships without the threat of violence or intimidation or abuse. And that's something that I know we all support. So obviously we're bringing this first ever domestic violence strategy through to council. I look forward to their contribution today in terms of the debate, and also the ongoing support of councillors for this strategy. And I do think it's great that this has been from the beginning done in a bipartisan manner, and certainly hope that that continues going forward. Item B is the annual operating plan and quarterly financial report. Now, a few weeks ago, or just recently in the chamber, we had the annual operating plan without the quarterly financial report. Councillors will recall at the time that there were some challenges with the caretaker period in getting the quarterly financial report ready in time, based on the length of the caretaker period and the delays to the process that had caused. And so, as I mentioned just recently, this report would be coming through. So, true to our word, we've brought through the quarterly financial report as we previously flagged. We know that the January to March quarter has been one of the most difficult periods, not only just for business, the community, but also for council, in terms of the challenge it presents to finances, the challenges it presents to delivering projects, and managing the ongoing operations of council. During this quarter, COVID has impacted on a number of projects with delays in the supply chain, impacts on services, vendor resourcing constraints, and also subcontractor availability as well. Restrictions on travel and social distancing have meant in some instances services or projects have not been able to be undertaken during this period. And as a council, we obviously temporarily closed various facilities, including dog parks, gyms, pools, playgrounds and barbecue facilities, and libraries as well, just to name a few. We also turned off our parking meters at the time when those who were out and about were primarily those essential service workers, and also took the foot off the accelerator when it comes to enforcement, and only very serious safety issues were enforced when it comes to parking restrictions. And so that's obviously had a flow-on effect throughout the budget as well. And obviously going forward, we're focused on getting back to a more normal situation when it comes to the operations of the city and city facilities. But I can say that the financial impacts of the COVID challenge will continue on for a significant period of time. We may have a situation where in the coming weeks or months that council facilities may operate as per normal or as close to normal as possible, but the impacts of COVID are going to be, in many respects, significantly longer than that. And there will be financial impacts. There will also be changes to the way that we do things. And it's simple things like the restrictions on major public gatherings, and when those gatherings come back, what they might look like, and it's simple things about council officers working from home where practical or possible. There's a whole range of changes to the way that we operate as an organisation, that we do things that will be ongoing, not to mention those financial impacts that I mentioned before. At item C, we have the Musgrave Park Pool project and the partial surrender of reserve. And so this is the submission, the submission is putting forward the proposal to surrender a part of the parkland so that can be used as a road as part of the Musgrave Park Pool upgrade. Council commenced the Musgrave Park Pool upgrade project in May 2019, so May last year. And the upgrade works include replacement of the aging pool shell with a new level wet deck shell and new finishes, widening and deepening of the pool to enable school training and swimming carnivals, making the pool accessible for visitors of all ages and abilities by installing a new ramp and 2 new shower and change rooms for people with a disability, replacing filtration systems and in-ground pipe work to extend the operational life of the pool, and also the potential to extend the operating months of the pool by providing heating as well. So as we go into the colder months, the ability to have the pool operating for longer or throughout the winter. The pool is located within the Musgrave Park on a reserve for sport and recreation purposes. As part of the redevelopment and revitalisation of the pool, Energex needed to install a pad-mounted transformer on the site. The transformer is inconsistent with the purpose of the reserve and must be located within a dedicated road. To avoid impacting on other services underground, the transformer was placed 7.5 metres from the road frontage, and as a result, 15 square metres of additional land will be needed to dedicate as road reserve to provide access to the transformer. Department of Natural Resources, Mines and Energy have been consulted on the proposal, and it complies with the department's policy on pad-mounted transformers. So it will be necessary to surrender trusteeship of part of the reserve where the transformer is located, together with access from Edmonstone Street and a dedicated area as road. Item D, the third budget review. where there have been variances in the quarterly report that require a budget adjustment, these changes have been reflected in the third budget review. Council has been working hard to recognise savings in projects where possible, with a significant effort put into achieve those savings as part of this budget review. Now, to be absolutely clear on what is going on here, we, as a community service organisation, as a employer of thousands of local residents whose jobs are really important, we made the quite clear decision that we'll do whatever we can to make sure that we keep people in jobs in council, so council employees in jobs, and that we would do whatever we can despite the restrictions to keep them working. Now, that would in many cases mean that some people will be doing different jobs to what they might normally be doing. That might mean that people are doing jobs differently or in different ways to what they might normally be doing. But we've obviously made it a priority to keep people employed, providing services to the people of Brisbane. And so while you have a situation in the economy where a lot of businesses have simply shed large numbers of staff, we have not done that. And obviously it's not been a desirable thing. We want to keep people employed and working. So the options to cut the cloth to measure when it comes to the impacts, the financial impacts of COVID and the current situation, mean that we have to find savings in other ways. And so that option of reducing staff numbers that we see businesses have in many cases drastically taken is not something that we've pursued and not something we have an intention of pursuing. But we've had to find savings in other ways because we need to keep the budget balanced. We need to keep the budget strong because ultimately Brisbane, despite the current challenges, will continue to be a growing city, will continue to be a city that needs high quality services, that needs high quality parks, green spaces, high quality roads and footpaths, that needs high quality public transport, that needs new bridges and parks, needs Brisbane Metro, and all of those things that come with a growing city, they need to continue. And so there have been in the budget review some obviously challenging decisions that have to be made. And
Lord
that
Mayor, your time has expired. Have an
Move for an extension.
Mayor, and a seconder, please. And Councillor Owen, I have an extension of time moved by Councillor Adams and Councillor Owen. All those in favour say aye and raise your hand.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. And all those against say no and raise your hand. Thank you, Lord Mayor. You have another 10 minutes.
Thank you. Look, I promise not to take that full time, and thank you once again for your forbearance. I was just mentioning in order to make sure that we can keep servicing the needs of our growing city and building the projects that are important and delivering the infrastructure and services that are important, we have had to take some difficult decisions to find some savings, but we don't shy away from that. And in this particular budget review, we've identified more than $150 million worth of savings. And that is all about, as I said, keeping our staff employed, making sure that we're not adding to unemployment, but making sure at the same time that we're mindful of the continuing growth of the city and the need for investment in infrastructure and provision of quality services. So it is no easy task, but one that we don't shy away from. We've continued to support key projects such as our sport and community parks in Windsor. In terms of the impacts of the savings that we've made, there will be some projects that have had to be delayed. There will also be some projects that may not proceed at all as a result of this. But once we get through this next budget, once we keep the budget strong and balanced, then we can, as the situation improves, bring those projects back online if that is something that we can afford to do at the time. And this is something that we also did in the 2011 flood as well. There are projects that, because of that event, had to be delayed or deferred or cancelled. But as the affordability levels improved and as the financial situation improved out of the 2011 flood, we were able to bring a number of those projects back online and continue progressing as we previously had anticipated. So ultimately, it requires an administration that can make the difficult decisions in tough times and not shy away from them. That is this administration, but it also requires a sensitivity to the fact that we have an obligation to our staff to be a good employer and to keep as many people employed as possible. So look, I'll leave my comments as at that in terms of the third budget review. And I know there's a couple of other items that will be taken separately, a seriatim that I'll mention at the right time.
Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. Can I just ask that the items A and C be taken seriatim for voting together, and B and D together? So two.
I'll just repeat the two items A and C together for voting, and then items B and D together for voting.
Yes, thank you. Starting out on Clause A, Council's Domestic and Family Violence Prevention Strategy. As Domestic Violence Prevention Month draws to a close, Labor councillors welcome the Brisbane City Council's first domestic and family violence strategy. This is 12 months on from when Councillor Cook first initiated this process in calling for a comprehensive council-wide and council-led domestic and family violence strategy, which was, as the Lord Mayor said, was supported in a bipartisan way. And I know throughout this process, we have certainly engaged proactively throughout the process over the last 12 months in coming to the strategy we have before us today. So while we certainly welcome the strategy, we do see this as a first step in the right direction and believe there is an opportunity to improve the strategy, particularly with funded specific programs and measurable outcomes as well. I know Councillor Cook has provided this feedback to Councillor Allen recently, and will outline some of that in much more detail, and certainly hope the Lord Mayor and the administration takes on board this feedback to continue to take a bipartisan approach on this very, very important issue. As the Lord Mayor pointed out, there's a whole heap of events that normally happen out in the community that have had to either be postponed or adapted. One of those events recently in my part of the world was the candlelighting ceremony that's led by Sandbag each and every year to mark DV month. At that event, and like so many other events we have marking that month each year, we hear of the abhorrent statistics. This year, to date, at that event, we heard that there was each and every week one woman murdered in an act of domestic or family violence. So when you hear one murder, that's one too many. When you hear of one a week, that is absolutely devastating. And as we know, they are not just statistics. They are women who are mothers, who are grandmothers, who are sisters, daughters, caregivers, and will be missed by an entire community. So it is such an important issue that we do get right. Moving on to items B and D generally together, the financial documents that are before us today, they certainly paint a pretty damning picture of this administration's handling of this city's finances. We've just heard this fairy tale from the Lord Mayor, come in, spinner, shrinner. This is quite amazing. We know the financial impacts that will be felt through the COVID-19 crisis are not even entirely captured in the first quarter of this year, the third quarter of the financial year, the January to March documents. So I think the reason that council will struggle to provide the basic services and projects that people expect from them as we emerge from COVID is before us in black and white. This budget now is in a particularly dire state. When we look at particularly Clause B, starting with that, the annual operational plan progress and quarterly report for the period ended March 2020. So this was some months ago. We see even at that point that Brisbane Metro is absolutely stuffed. This is a project that was proposed 2 elections ago. There's been no work commenced on it whatsoever in a physical sense. The planning process has been a complete and utter disaster, a $1 billion joke. We've now, as a council, ordered 60 electric buses that we won't be able to use on anything other than the busway, and no work is progressing on there. Expenditure is already $24 million in arrears, and $20 million in revenue hasn't come through, we presume, from the federal government. This has all been at the hands of Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner, who's been behind the wheel this whole time, the whole Brisbane Metro mess. There are budget blowouts, delivery blowouts, 2 council elections, 2 LNP Brisbane Lord Mayors, and still the rubber hasn't hit the road and won't anytime soon. Talking of roads, Chair, Kingston Smith Drive is a nightmare that continues and continues and continues. It's like Groundhog Day over there in Hamilton. We now see in these papers that there is a $17 million extra cost to this debacle. Now, we've heard from the Lord Mayor, while he was Lord Mayor and Deputy Mayor for many, many years, that this project is a fixed price contract and it's going to be $650 million. Well, before us today, it says there is $17,333,000 unfavourable and permanent higher than anticipated expenditure in the Kingston Smith Drive project. So we know that 100% of the contingency fund has now been expended on this project. It says here in black and white that extra money is now being thrown at it, and there is still no end date in sight when it comes to this project. On Council's financial position, the lease liability numbers are absolutely insane. In June 2019, they went from $0 to $752 million in March 2020. And while there is slightly more cash on hand than was budgeted for as at March, that's $300 million lower than at this point last year. So we know that this Lord Mayor's idea of financial management is to dip into the cash reserves of this council to pay for the blowouts on his signature projects. When you look at the program areas, progress on these areas is absolutely abysmal. The lowest is at 38.9% and the very best is at 67.7%. At this point of the financial year, they should be at 3/4 complete, barring some exceptions for ongoing projects. In the program areas, Transport for Brisbane had a nearly $30 million underspend. Infrastructure for Brisbane, a $3.8 million underspend. Clean, Green and Sustainable, a $26.5 million underspend, so much for a clean, green, sustainable council. Future Brisbane was underspent by $5.8 million. Lifestyle and Community Services underspent by $8.5 million. Customer Service underspent by $3.5 million. Economic Development underspent by $2.3 million. And the only program area that exceeded budget expectations was city governance. So the only program area that spends money on politicians and councillors and the council itself, not delivering those services to the community, was $1.7 million over budget. The Transport for Brisbane profit, which to date should have been about $9.6 million, has turned out to be $18 million. That's an awful lot of hand sanitizer that could have been bought 6 weeks ago instead of just this morning and rushed to a couple of depots when the media came around asking questions of Councillor Murphy and the Lord Mayor when they delivered apparently thousands of bottles of hand sanitizer that wasn't there yesterday but has miraculously arrived this morning. That's absolutely extraordinary that Transport for Brisbane is returning at this point of the financial year an $18 million profit. That money should be put into things like protective barriers for drivers, hand sanitizers and PPE for drivers, and more public transport services, public and active transport services throughout our city. Grass cutting is down, and the Mount Cootha Summit restaurant has unknown delays. So this was, a big media flurry for the Lord Mayor. He could go up there before the election and announce that, he's got a new tenant in for the Mount Cootha Summit restaurant. But now that is very much on the back burner, and there are now, as we see in these documents, unknown delays. Moving on to clause D, what we see is the budget is in very, very bad shape and was in very bad shape well before COVID-19 came along. And I think the people of Brisbane will now know that the reason they're not getting real and genuine rates relief is because of the financial mismanagement of this Lord Mayor. Revenue is down $221 million. The operating surplus ratio has slipped into the negative area of minus 2.2%. This has now fallen below the target, and if it doesn't lift above 0%, this means council won't have sufficient revenue to cover operating costs. Due to higher borrowings, council's net financial liabilities ratio remains high at 133%. So much for an experienced team managing council's budget, Lord Mayor, through you, Chair. The asset ratio of 82.1% means council still isn't achieving the target of more than 90% that we should be, and council isn't sufficiently maintaining or replacing council assets that are coming to the end of their life. This isn't good news for the ratepayers of Brisbane as we're entering a particularly uncertain economic climate. The financial management and planning area revenue is down a whopping $53.5 million. And according to these council papers, it's due to the revised timing of CBIC payment and other things. This has been delayed to...
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired.
Move for extension.
Extension moved by Councillor Cook, seconded by Councillor Strunk. All those in favour say aye and raise your hands.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And those against say no and raise your hands. The ayes have it. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. So we know that over the last couple of weeks, we've seen a number of projects that were funded by the CBIC Green Fund either cancelled or delayed, particularly the Victoria Park upgrade after months and months and flurries of parties and surveys of finding out what people want there. All of a sudden, out of the blue, we see that project is delayed. We see a number of park upgrades, dog off leash area lighting projects now being delayed that were specifically funded from the so-called CBIC Green Fund. Well, now we understand why those projects have been delayed, because apparently here, CBIC is not providing a dividend this financial year. That's been delayed to next financial year. So the $20 million plus that should be coming from CBIC is included in this $53 million revenue write-down, which is just abysmal. We know that looking at the financial returns of CBIC, that all the easy money is long gone. There is now a money merry-go-round happening at that place where council is paying rent to a council-owned operation that is then paying that back as a dividend to council, and apparently we're not even getting that this year. So the story of putting off projects into the never, never is long, and we've just heard from the Lord Mayor that some of those projects will never, ever be delivered. But some of the ones that were committed to and will be delayed and no doubt re-announced in the coming budget. And this isn't all, and this is just some of the very large ones. The $400,000 project on the Jim Sawley Bikeway, we know that had to be put off because of extremely poor planning. A $500,000 delay in the Green Bridges project, barely off the ground and already held up. Brisbane International Cruise Terminal held up with $2.6 million underspend and revenues also held up in that. ICB maintenance held up. Leroy Street congestion busting project is going to have to wait. Major traffic intersection upgrades. This is an interesting one for my part of the world. There's $8 million delay in this. And that money was promised to the Brisbane City Council in the last federal election by Luke Howarth, the federal mayor for Petrie. These were projects on Beams Road and out at Bracken Ridge, Councillor Landers. Well, that money turned out to be phantom money. The federal government never stumped up that cash, and I wonder whether Councillor Landers' chair has explained to her community why those projects are not proceeding, because we see here now $8 million has been delayed on those projects. Murphy and Ellison Roads, as if that project couldn't get any worse for that community. We now see final variation claims from contractors and other disruptions continuing, and a $2 million delay on that project. Norman Creek, implementing the master plan for the Creek corridor, is being delayed. 100% carbon neutral project for council. A third of the capital budget has been pushed out to next financial year due to delays of solar on bus depots and LED high bay lighting projects. So much for council's commitment to that. Green, as we mentioned before, $1 million in dog off leash area lighting and other things have been delayed because there is no dividend coming from CBIC this year. Sport and community parks, $2.16 million. Parks operating budget, $1.5 million less being spent on our local parks, $740,000 less being spent on the Forest Lake management plan, $630,000 less being spent on playground replacements, $1.9 million less being spent on the Rawbers Road remediation, $3.3 million less being spent on village precinct projects, over $700,000 less being spent on community facility improvement program. So Lord Mayor can go around touting his abysmal and small contribution to struggling community clubs with one hand, and with the other rip out $717,000 worth of improvements at those council lease sites and those sports fields and hard court rehabilitations. Over $500,000 has been removed. So much for helping with water bills when those fields that should have been remediated are left languishing. The Cannon Hill Community Links Golf Course, again delayed. This is a project they may as well not even bother with anymore. That's a $5.9 million delay there. City Safe, $1.6 million delayed. Property management, maintenance and rehabilitation, $1.2 million delayed. The Wynnum Community Centre, over $500,000 in delays to works on that community asset. And the list goes on, Chair. So what we have before us today is an absolutely damning report into the handling of the finances of this city at the hands of Adrian Schrinner. And when people will see continued projects being slashed, our revenues written down, and council's cash reserves raided, we'll know why. It wasn't because of COVID-19, it was because of this, Lord Mayor.
Further speakers? Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks, Chair. I wish to speak on item A. Just over 3 months ago, something happened in my community that will change my life and many others forever. Something unimaginable. Something that I can't reconcile. Something that will never make sense. Something that will always leave part of me heartbroken and looking for answers. Something hidden by the calm, familiar setting of leafy suburban streets, of white picket fences. Something sinister, yet invisible in a community where kids play happily in local parks and people smile politely as they pass each other in coffee shops. You know the story. For many of us, it started like just any other ordinary weekday morning. Amidst the hustle and bustle of any parent's life, a mother coaxing her children into the car, negotiating with them to settle in their seats and to buckle up. A mother just like me, impatient and anxious to get on with the day ahead. A mother just like me, undergoing the routine tasks of drop-off, all the while checking off the list of packed lunch boxes, school books and hats, somehow mixed in with the list of tasks that need to be completed when you finally arrive at work. Apparently, they call it the mother load, but regardless of your gender, if you're a parent, you know what I'm talking about. And then it happened, and it happened in my community. I'm not going to go into the details here. These are horrific scenes that will haunt the residents in those streets and the wider Brisbane community for years to come. But what I often reflect on is the role that local government and local councillors sometimes find themselves in. As councillors, no matter what our political affiliations are, we first and foremost represent our communities. We all take pride in working at the grassroots level to support our residents and to improve our neighbourhoods. So what do you do? How do you respond when your community is dealt such a horrific blow? In an instant, your role as a local councillor is much more than just roads, rates and rubbish. It's a role of support. It's a role that cares. It's a role that above all else puts community first. Sometimes it's also a role that fills the void left by other levels of government. After all, We as councillors are in roles that have the greatest outreach and impact with community. It's a role of leadership and it's a role of setting an example, which brings me to Council's domestic violence strategy. As an employer of thousands of people, sadly, we know, backed by statistics, that this is an issue for our employees and for our community. What we've seen and heard through many tragic stories is just how much domestic violence comes to impact every facet of someone's life. Their relationships with family and friends, their finances, their living arrangements, and their emotional well-being. We know that for many people, their job is part of that mix. And we want to make sure that if any council employee needs support in this regard, they know what options are available. Part of this strategy includes training and assistance for employees to help them identify and support their colleagues who might be experiencing violence in their home. Additionally, this strategy identifies ways that council can continue to raise awareness and partner with peak organisations. The Queensland Government remains the lead agency, but every level of government does have a role to play. Our role in council is focused on educating and supporting the community. I never met Hannah Clark or her beautiful children, Aaliyah, Leanna and Trey. My husband knew them and has shared very many fond memories. Following their death, I have come to know the family quite well. Her parents are the most generous, good-natured and loving people I have ever met. Her brother Nat also reminds me a little bit of my own brothers. I will never forget Hannah, Aaliyah, Leanna and Trey for as long as I live. I am honoured to serve their memory and to support the Clark family and take on an unpaid role as director in the Small Steps for Hannah movement. My message to all councillors might be confronting, but it's one we need to keep in the forefront of our minds every day. Domestic and family violence happens in my community. It happens in your community. It happens in all our neighbourhoods. It doesn't discriminate by suburb or postcode, by age or income. It's incumbent on all of us, not just as councillors, but as people and as leaders to play our part in supporting and caring for fellow residents where possible to take small steps for Hannah. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be speaking on item A, Council's Domestic and Family Violence Prevention Strategy. Mr. Chair, almost 12 months ago to the day, I moved an urgency motion that this council condemns all forms of domestic and family violence in our community and creates a Brisbane City Council Domestic and Family Violence Prevention Strategy. I am so pleased that today we have the final strategy before us, a bipartisan document, the first of its kind for Brisbane City Council. I congratulate the Lord Mayor, council officers and all councillors in this place for making this document a reality. I want to also specifically thank Councillor Allen for meeting with me to discuss the draft document and for seeking my input about consultation groups. This strategy represents an important first step towards council taking a proactive approach to eliminating violence in our city and making clear that it will not be tolerated. As I have spoken about before in this place, May marks Domestic and Family Violence Prevention Month in Queensland to raise community awareness of domestic and family violence and to send a clear message that violence of any sort will not be tolerated. The release of this strategy is therefore very appropriately timed this month. The creation of this strategy had bipartisan support and consultation was undertaken with a wide range of relevant organisations. At the time feedback was sought by council, I provided my comments on behalf of the Labor opposition in this place. Some of that feedback I will be discussing today. Some comments were taken on board and some were not, but I want to expand on some of that information that I did provide to council. I want to be very clear that Labor fully supports the implementation of the domestic violence strategy for the city, but that we do see this as a starting point and not a final destination, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we know that on average, 1 woman a week has died in Australia as a result of domestic violence-related homicide. I raise this point as this is one key fact that was removed from the final strategy document. It was initially featured prominently on the front page in bold on the draft document. Other stronger language in the document was similarly removed, such as the use of the word condemn. That word has been used multiple times today by the Lord Mayor and should be included. We as a council should condemn domestic and family violence in our community. Also, the title of the document itself, it's now called the Domestic and Family Violence Strategy. The word prevention has been removed from the title of the document, and that should be reinstated. It is the reason we are all supportive of this strategy today, to prevent domestic and family violence in our communities. Mr. Chair, my view is that the 1 woman a week statistic is critically important for the public to be aware of, as it points not only to the gravity of the issue we are dealing with, but also to the gendered nature of domestic violence. Similarly, by council publicly stating that it condemns violent behaviours sends a clear message about council's position and zero tolerance approach. The purpose of creating this strategy was to see the prevention of violence in our city, and that word should never have been removed from the title. The online source Counting Dead Women has reported this week that 21 women have been killed by a violent act in the 21 weeks since the start of this year. In February, we are all aware, and Councillor Cunningham has detailed, the brutal murder that particularly shocked the nation and our local community of Hannah Clark and her 3 beautiful children by her estranged husband, Rowan Baxter, in Camp Hill. We cannot be silent on this fact, nor should we. We have heard lots of words from politicians on issues of domestic violence in recent years, and particularly after those murders that are very public in nature. The reality is, today, Mr. Chair, there have been hundreds of police call-outs for domestic violence-related matters across this country. In the wake of Hannah and her children's deaths, we saw the Senate vote to establish a new inquiry into domestic violence with particular regard to violence against women and their children. The report was due by August 13, 2020. That report, back 3 months early, with no submissions and no public hearings. No doubt, there will be another inquiry to remedy the failures of the first after public outcry. But I don't raise this to point the finger at other levels of government. I raise this to highlight the fact that governments can produce documents and can speak words that, unless supported by critical funding and practical support, do not make a difference to those experiencing violence every day in this city. As a council, the largest city council in this country with a $3.1 billion budget, we are uniquely placed to not only raise awareness of domestic and family violence in our city, but to deliver tangible services and support. The strategy defines council's key role as one of education, that we do not play a critical role in the community prevention and responding to violence. I think this is a flawed premise. Brisbane City Council plays a significant role in creating safe public environments, developing community facilities, working in partnership with housing providers to provide affordable accommodation and providing health and community services. We also have the ability to demonstrate leadership in resourcing and coordinating strategies with our partners across a spectrum of services and settings, including the state and federal government, and a commitment should be made to engaging with and fostering those relationships with the relevant departments at other levels of government so that we can take a proactive approach to extending our reach and impact in stopping violence in this city. One way to do this would be to establish and resource a Brisbane City Council Domestic Violence Prevention Strategy Committee to assist with the ongoing monitoring, development and implementation of this strategy, which would also include consultation with key interest groups, as well as state and federal government representatives. Another meaningful response would be to seek to partner with and support the Queensland Government Domestic and Family Violence Prevention Council, where strategies overlap with council jurisdiction. Overall, the document should be amended to reflect specific timeframes and actions. There is very little description of actual actions to be undertaken by council and the timeframe of the document and specific action items, as well as when the document itself will be reviewed. Although the strategy acknowledges domestic violence leave for council employees, there should be an audit of existing policies with a view to developing a suite of workplace policies and procedures to ensure that staff experiencing violence are supported, the organisation strengthens its understanding of the importance of gender equity in relation to preventing violence against women, and that staff are trained and encouraged to take bystander action. I was pleased to see the recognition of community leased facilities for domestic violence support services. I think this extends to council playing a proactive role in identifying and establishing safe and welcoming and inclusive spaces and service sites like we have recently seen with Beyond DV. This is a wonderful example where council has been able to accommodate critical support services, the first of its kind in a council leased site to my knowledge. And I recognise also the support of the Lady Mayoress in establishing that service. Another key component that was removed from the final strategy was a commitment that safety and security would be a key consideration in all council planning decisions. This should not have been removed. We know that council's role in city planning is a critical juncture where council can have a real practical impact for those impacted by violence. This action would also open the door for undertaking a safety audit of all public spaces and places and help to place a lens of safety over all city planning activities. This also goes hand in hand with dealing with the issue of homelessness, which we know domestic violence is a leading cause, particularly for women in our city. Again, the development of a homelessness strategy could be a critical step to ensuring the reach and breadth of this domestic violence prevention strategy and to maximise it. Which brings me to my final point. Although this strategy identifies potential sources of funding for domestic violence related initiatives, it does not create or commit additional funds for this purpose. This is critical if we are to respond in a meaningful way. As the largest council in Australia with a $3.1 billion budget, I think we have an obligation to do better in this space, and I think we can do better. This strategy is a start and a step in the right direction. I hope that this is the start of a conversation and not the end. When it comes to stopping domestic and family violence in our community, we all have a role to play, and Brisbane City Council's role cannot be understated. That role is only limited by the people in this room. I know that the commitment is here and that every councillor in this place is committed to doing their best for this city. So let's ensure that this is the start of the conversation, and that way, as the Red Rose Foundation would say, we can all change the ending together.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to speak on items A and D. And I just want to thank Councillor Cook for her comments with respect to the domestic and family violence. It does actually say prevention in item A, but again, I agree with you completely. It's been removed from the actual document itself. So, you know, I'm going to read what I wrote as part of my consultation and feedback to council. And I'm going to preface it by saying it's very similar advice that I gave a year ago when I stood up and strongly supported this motion. And I just flag with the Lord Mayor that in it there is a question, and it is one of the most singular oversights of this document that must be corrected. And I have no idea why council has left it out, because I raised it in the council chamber and I have raised it in writing with council.
Can I please just grab your attention? Can I please get you to turn your camera on while you're speaking?
Oh. Sorry, I didn't turn it. I didn't turn it off. I don't know what was going on there.
Just ask that it just dropped off the screen, so I just ask you to come back. That's
okay,
all.
thank you. Yep, I didn't touch anything. As I said, I was a strong supporter of this motion. This is my feedback to council in January as part of the public consultation process. I'm really disappointed with the document prepared by council. It is a marketing document and not a substantive plan to assist our community to prevent domestic and family violence. Instead of promoting existing council programs and initiative, this plan needs to be rewritten with a greater focus on the community action plan with real initiatives and partnerships. I already support the Women's Legal Service each year financially through the Lord Mayor's Community Fund, for example, but with hundreds of deserving local groups, this funding is completely inadequate to create real change for service providers in Brisbane and Queensland. The fact that the Women's Legal Service are not mentioned in this booklet and their critical work has been overlooked is appalling. I hope they are consulted at the very least. Their work is critical in assisting women to regain their security and independence. Further, suggesting that funding should be via individual wards with extremely limited resources was quite shocking. There's money for TV ads, marketing Brisbane from council's corporate funds, but not for domestic violence prevention. That is completely inadequate and piecemeal approach. Council should develop proper partnerships through services and funding to support key domestic violence prevention organisations in Brisbane and establish objectives that can be collaboratively developed. This document needs to be more than marketing platitudes, or it will be a lost opportunity for council and our city. I do not believe this document gives voice to the motion unanimously moved by council in 2019. In the covering letter sent to me, acknowledging it is not new, when a new strategy, objectives and action are needed, is a poor start. And I'm going to say this very clearly to the Lord Mayor. Please explain to me, my constituents and the Brisbane residents who live in this state and rely on the Women's Legal Service why they are not mentioned in this document. Now, on the second last page of this document, there is a list of supporting resources and organisations for people who require assistance for family and domestic violence support. The Women's Legal Service, one of the most valuable free organisations that is solely focused on preventing violence, helping women to get advice and support, both financial and social, is not mentioned in this document. Now, 1 year ago, I said to council, you should speak with them and consult with them. And 6 months ago, I said you should consult with them. And guess what? They are not mentioned in here. Now, the Women's Legal Service is an extraordinary organisation. I know Councillor Cook worked there for a few years, and many women solicitors in Brisbane voluntarily give of their time to support women to recover and deal with family violence, family breakup, and yet this council has not even mentioned them. And it's not like they weren't told. I am disgusted. I'm disgusted. I listened to Councillor Cunningham, and the incident that happened in her ward earlier this year was horrific. I mean, it was just the most horrific incident ever. And that poor woman who clearly had made some tough decisions and her family to be destroyed in that way. It's organisations like the Women's Legal Service who are there to help women experiencing family breakup, family violence and domestic violence. And for our council not to mention them after being repeatedly asked, I think is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And Lord Mayor, I would like you to publicly justify why the Women's Legal Service has been left out of this document. I support every single thing that Councillor Cook said about the strategy. The lack of real action and action plans in the document is a huge problem, and the lack of funding for real plans and action is a significant problem. It is about small steps. It is about small steps, but this is not even dipping your toe in the water. The actions in this domestic violence prevention strategy point to things like ask your local councillor for funding. Well, guess what? I already support those organisations in my area, and I'm sure a number of other councillors do. That's not enough. Today, even you got caught out spending $1.7 million.
Johnson, please refer to councillors in the third person and by their title.
Today, the Lord Mayor got caught out spending $1.7 million on marketing, for God's sake, ads to advertise Brisbane, and there's not an extra cent.
Point of order.
Domestic violence
Councillor Adams.
prevention.
I believe Councillor Johnson is misleading the chamber. That was not the case.
Thank you. I've got that. Councillor Johnson, can I please ask you to come back to the matter at hand, the strategy being discussed at item A.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's millions of dollars from this council on advertising, but there's not an extra cent, not a single cent for domestic violence prevention. And I think that is appalling. So, Mr. Chairman, my question to the Lord Mayor, and I hope people are listening, is why has an important organisation like the Women's Legal Service been ignored? Why have they not even been mentioned with the other organisations that are available to women? They are so fantastic. You can ring them and speak with a social worker or a lawyer, and you can get practical advice on how to change your life for the better, how to be safer, how to be independent, and how to get away from family and domestic violence. And I want the Lord Mayor to explain why they have been left out of this document. And Councillor Cook says council listened to her. Well, clearly they didn't. And I've said it verbally and I've put it in writing. And this is a well-known organisation in this place. And I do not know why the Lord Mayor has left it out. And he better put it, he better say to people why, because this is an issue I will be following up on. I also went up to look at the council files to look at how this strategy had developed. And a file was created with just this document in it. We do not know which organisations were consulted. We do not know what their feedback was. We do not know whether they made other suggestions. And it is disgusting, absolutely disgusting, that this administration will spend presentations talking about green bridges and give facts and figures and quote statistics on how many people gave feedback on where a green bridge should be located. But when you go and look at the council files, they've been redacted and there is no information available about what the organisations who are involved in this area think about council strategy. I asked the CEO yesterday to produce those files and he has not done so. So let me be clear again. The Lord Mayor today again cited that this was one of the most transparent councils out there. It so is not. And it is disgusting. We don't know what any domestic violence organisation in Brisbane thinks about this strategy because council is hiding the files from councillors. You know what? I appreciate Councillor Cook tried to find the best in this strategy, but I am angry. I am angry that the Women's Legal Service have been ignored after my specific requests for them to be consulted and acknowledged, and they've not been. And I don't think it is appropriate that the Lord Mayor hide behind redacted files, and so we don't know what's actually happened. Now, I did just very briefly want to mention the third budget review, and I'd go for another 10 minutes on that if I could. But with respect to the third budget review, I just want to say that it is shocking to see the level of financial mismanagement and incompetence by this LNP administration. This is the third quarter's financial documentation. That is January to March. That is essentially 90% of that period is pre-COVID, and it is shocking the way that this administration has failed to deliver on project after project. There are
Councillor Landers.
Point of order, Chair.
Thank you. Point of order, Councillor Landers.
Mr. Chair, I move that council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have left the meeting.
A second, please. I have a resolution from Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Owen, that this meeting of council adjourned for the period of 15 minutes for the purpose of afternoon tea, commencing when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye and raise your hands.
Aye.
Thank you. And no and no's, please raise your hand. Thank you. The ayes have it. We have quorum. Thank you for returning promptly. Further speakers, Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would like to speak tonight on item A, the domestic violence prevention strategy. And can I commence by acknowledging that given that this debate is being live streamed, the very act of hearing a lot of the discussion that is going on is likely to be very distressing for many people who have encountered domestic violence. And I would just like to acknowledge all of those people and recognise that what may be said here today could be triggering some very difficult memories for them. The very fact that domestic violence relates to a form of abuse that is perpetrated within a relationship with another person, having that close proximity, is very difficult in itself. The whole concept of domestic violence, in the fact that it invokes fear, creates a situation of powerlessness and makes people feel unsafe in their own homes, as well as things like emotional and financial manipulation and control. These are all very, very difficult matters that people have to deal with. It is not just the physical and sexual abuse, it is many other forms of abuse that create domestic violence. The personal and emotional trauma that is associated with domestic violence is very, very much individualised. We do not know exactly the extent of this trauma for each individual. It is different. Every circumstance is different. Every person who has experienced domestic violence is likely to have a trigger that will create ongoing resurgence of fear, distress, or put them back on the emotional roller coaster. And everyone in society needs to be aware that these are very delicate circumstances, and we have to be conscious of how we deal with people. Even sitting here today discussing this in the council chamber, the act of raising voices can also upset people. So we need to be conscious of how we engage in this debate. We need to be engaging in a very sensitive manner and a very respectful manner. As a council, we cannot approach this on a superficial level. We need to be respectful of the far-reaching implications, not only on the immediate person impacted by domestic violence, but also others who may have witnessed the situation in that relationship, and many of them are often children. Having supported a women's refuge locally for many years, I know that there is significant trauma associated with fleeing a home environment to escape a domestic violence situation. Often these people leave with nothing more than the clothes that they are wearing, whether it's a parent with children or an individual. I have been given permission to relay an event that has occurred in recent days, a domestic violence situation where a mother was forced to flee her home because of domestic violence from her son. It was a situation where there were mental health issues that were involved as well. And it was very much a difficult situation because whilst this child is not yet of 18 years of age, that child is not considered an adult. And yet, from the age of 16, there are different levels of opportunities for young people to exercise their rights. This puts parents in a domestic violence situation from their children in a very, very difficult perspective. In recent weeks also, I have coordinated donations of clothes, furniture, and appliances to a women's refuge, and I want to take this opportunity to recognise also the contribution of the Sikh community, the Punjabi Welfare Association of Australia, and many others that have engaged in the establishment of Sahara House on the south side to assist those in need of support post-domestic violence situations. Even though this has come out of the multicultural community, it is a facility that is there to support everyone. I do want to also acknowledge the many council officers that volunteer their time to support and volunteer at refuges across our city. For the provision of the council lease facilities for domestic violence support services, this is an important way that we can exhibit tangible community-based support for people to access. Domestic violence is not a circumstance that can have a one-size-fits-all approach. Every case has many layers, many impacts, significant triggers that can hinder the person impacted of functional capacity. And because of the relationship that underpins domestic violence, the continual questioning of whether the person impacted is doing the right thing to seek support of external parties, particularly when it puts them at risk. We should not sit on the sideline and pontificate on what people impacted should do. We do not know absolutely every single component of what they have endured. We cannot know the depth of the trauma caused, but we can give people support when they reach out. As a council, we can utilise our networks to share the message that domestic violence is not acceptable. We can provide information for people needing support through our information channels, including the multicultural communities and the use of multilingual information fact sheets. This is important in relation to the 2020 campaigns as identified in this strategy to promote domestic and family violence prevention campaigns for all the community. I would like to take this opportunity to raise the potential for Council to utilise our existing partnership with 4EB Radio to help spread the message in multiple languages that domestic violence is not acceptable. Often, many people from multicultural backgrounds do not know how to access services, and we can be a conduit for this. It is also vital that domestic violence is addressed with young people, and that locally, I know that this is being addressed because of one of my local school principals. I would like to thank Denise Kostowski for her service on the Domestic and Family Violence Implementation Council and her work with younger people to get them to understand how to help break the cycle. We need to help through us as a council in driving the change to that human behaviour and attitudes. One person can make a difference to another if they reach out. Please consider how you can help others. There are many people who endure domestic violence and survive and get out of that situation. As has been referred to, there are many other people who are victims, and that is a travesty. It is a very, very dire situation when we are losing people to domestic violence. It is no longer taboo to talk about it and seek support. We all know that once perpetrated, the impacts of domestic violence has long-term effects. So let's all be part of dismantling that culture of silence, creating a supportive environment, and say to people, don't be scared to reach out because we are here to support you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Shree.
rise to speak on item A, and it's great that we're having this conversation and share Councillor Owen's comments about the fact that we do need to be mindful of how we talk about these issues. I want to congratulate Councillor Cara Cook for initiating this discussion with her original motion and acknowledge that the administration's actually taken some steps towards this, and I think that's really positive. The strategy does make mention of housing and housing insecurity and homelessness as key factors in this issue, but I think there's a broader concern I have with how this strategy document has been framed, which is it essentially positions council as a sort of a side player or a we're concerned about this, but it's not entirely our direct responsibility kind of narrative that underpins it. There's a lot of, in the strategy, there's a lot of referring to other agencies and saying, oh, so-and-so does this or this organisation does this, but there's not a huge amount in terms of what we will do, not what we are doing. We're doing a little bit at the moment, and I acknowledge that, and that's positive, but what more will we do? And I think in particular, housing is one of those spaces where this council could play a much bigger role. I know that other councils around southeast Queensland actually put land and in some cases money towards establishing domestic violence shelters and crisis accommodation. And I think that's something that we could be doing here in Brisbane City Council as well. I don't see why we can't put a little bit of funding towards establishing crisis accommodation and housing for people fleeing domestic violence. That's definitely a space that council can and should be playing in. And more generally, I think that's my one concern with this strategy. I think it's good. I think it's a start, but I think we need to critique this unspoken premise that this is an issue that's beyond council's direct remit, or that council doesn't have direct financial capacity to do much more about. Obviously, we can't fix this issue alone, and obviously we don't have an unlimited bucket of money. But I think in the same way that this administration has said on other issues such as transport infrastructure, well, really the state government or the federal government should be paying for this transport infrastructure, but we're going to do it. I think there's a case for council taking a similar approach in spaces like this and saying that, yes, really the state government and the federal government should be doing a lot more about these issues. The state government and federal government should be putting more funding into social support services, into crisis response, into domestic violence, crisis accommodation. Yes, those high levels of government should be doing that, but they're not. And so in a context where they're failing and they're neglecting their responsibilities, I think there is a case for Brisbane City Council to step into that space. I realise that's a pivot that the organisation can't make overnight, but rather than simply saying, oh, we're going to continue to give a little bit of money to orgs via community grants, and there's this very small partnership around community housing that doesn't go very far, rather than simply resting on our laurels in that respect, I think there is a case for council to be a more active player. So I'm not criticising the strategy or criticising the mayor or any of the advocates of this document, but I do think we need to critique that premise that seems to sit underneath this document, which is that we're concerned about this, but we don't have the power to do much about it. I just think that's not quite the right way to approach this conversation. Also mindful, of course, that violence is structural and in some senses you could almost argue contagious, and that when we're talking about domestic violence and the factors that contribute to it and the reasons that as a society we've done such a poor job of supporting survivors of domestic violence and reducing rates of domestic violence, part of the reason is that we haven't engaged with those conversations about structural violence and systemic violence. And maybe that's probably a longer conversation than we have time for right now, but I just wanted to throw that out there as well, that we can't talk about domestic violence in isolation from state violence and other forms of violence, and that we end up with a very limited analysis and unsophisticated tools to address these problems when we don't acknowledge the full picture. But I am grateful that the administration is bringing forward this strategy. It does seem like a first step, and hopefully we'll be able to build on this and look seriously at actually council putting some money into domestic violence crisis accommodation, which is a tangible need that is continually and consistently articulated by organisations like the Brisbane Domestic Violence Service. You talk to any frontline workers and you say, look, what do you need? What are your priorities and what would really help in this space? And consistently the message we get is crisis accommodation. That too often women in particular remain in abusive relationships or unsafe situations because they have no alternative accommodation options to go to. And so that's the message I'm hearing from community groups and service providers on the ground, is that there's this chronic shortage of affordable accommodation and crisis accommodation. I do think council could play a much stronger role in this space in terms of providing land, providing resources, funding, etc., to help establish and maintain and operate domestic violence crisis accommodation. So I hope that's something the administration will consider going forward and consider it seriously, not just as we thought about it, but it's actually a state government thing. We don't want to go there. This is actually something that other councils around Queensland are already doing. If other councils, and particularly councils with much smaller budgets than Brisbane, can put money into establishing domestic violence shelters and crisis accommodation, then I don't see why Brisbane City Council can't do the same. Thanks.
Further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, I'd just like to speak on item A as well, the domestic and family violence strategy. And I'd just like to acknowledge all the speakers before me who've done a great job in passionately advocating for the reduction of domestic and family violence in our community. And I know a lot of the speakers were very passionate about it, and maybe the volume got a little bit loud, but I respect their passion. And so at this time of the year, for the last 3 years, I was going off to candlelight services for domestic and family violence. And this year, of course, with the pandemic, that hasn't been possible in any large measure or large groups. So I sat down with my team a few weeks ago and said, listen, how do we acknowledge the DV week, or DV month, I should say. And we came up with a small event that was held over the 23rd and the 24th. Saturday and Sunday just passed, and we thought we would use the Red Rose bench at the Forest Lake Amphitheatre as a focal point to try to bring that knowledge and or expose not so much expose, but to acknowledge that it is domestic and family violence month for the community. So we laid on dozens of red roses and asked and worked with a couple of the local florists in my ward and asked them to cobble together as many as they could. It was a challenge to them because they've just gone through Mother's Day and stock was really, really low, but they doubled their efforts and they were able to pull together dozens and dozens of red roses. And we got our community to go to their shops to pick up a red rose, which was individually wrapped, to lay it on the bench. But as it turned out, they laid it into the slats of the bench. So it was very visible when dozens and dozens of red roses were laid on that bench over the weekend. Now, this certainly increased the awareness of what was actually happening, and of course, social media was very good in acknowledging that and letting people know what it was all about, because we couldn't obviously put a sign or something like that on the bench. I suppose we could have, but social media did a really good job in this area. It also sparked a number of conversations with people who were actually laying the roses, and so out of those conversations, there is some small strategy that individuals were working out with one another in regards to how they can look after maybe the kids from domestic violence, domestic and family violence for the people that they know. and also our multicultural groups as well. We're very much in evidence, and of course there's always probably a bigger challenge with some of the multicultural groups because of I suppose trying to let them know what is available to them in the service that could help their deal with this domestic violence that they're going through. Certainly our Southwest Legal Service is one of the biggest in our area. It services an area right out to Fernvale, down to just this side of Logan, they cover a huge catchment area and do a lot of work in this area. So with those words, I'd just like to, as to say, acknowledge all the previous speakers and the wonderful words that they said on behalf of the council. And I encourage all councillors, including myself, to do as much as we can in the years going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I joined the debate to speak on items A, B and D, but firstly, item A. Thank you very much to everybody who's contributed in a very positive fashion to the debate and by and large provide some very constructive feedback on the strategy as it stands. I would particularly like to acknowledge Councillor Cook for moving the motion and getting this ball rolling. I would agree with Councillor Cook and many of the other speakers this afternoon that this is a starting point. It is a high-level strategy that will get operationalised through the organisation and through the wider community. I think it's worth bearing in mind that the process that we went through did involve consulting with councillors and over 20 external organisations to get their feedback. The process then informed the shape of our...
Where are the files then?
No, just please.
The shape of our document. And one of the key documents that informed our strategy was the state government's domestic and family violence prevention strategy. Their strategy is, as you would expect, is the primary agency dealing with domestic and family violence is a bit longer than ours, but nonetheless, it was high level as well. It's a strategy document that over time gets operationalised through their various departments, as will ours. It's also acknowledged the state government, I guess, has the big levers here. They help to create the laws, they police the laws, and they have oversight of the judicial system. So they've certainly got the big levers, and we recognise that, and we obviously wanted to try and make our strategy sort of proportionate and aligned to theirs and deliver the things that we thought would be in the council domain at this point in time. And we recognise that every level of government has got a role to play here, and then obviously that's about how we engage with our communities. Council as I would argue, the level of government that's closest to its communities has a very important role to play. And that role is very much around the awareness and education and advocacy piece to try and ensure that people in need can get to the right services, and we can provide them with the support to do that. Obviously, as an organisation, we have a fairly well-developed family and domestic violence framework internally, and this piece of work has helped us to continue to shape and improve that. In the context of where to next, as I mentioned, the strategy is necessarily a high-level overarching vision for what will be done, but we want to obviously operationalise this through the council, and so we're looking at assigning actions to key program areas, updating the employee support information on domestic and family violence, implementing additional employee awareness training, and there's a list goes on. I won't go through it all, but there is a plan in place now to take this strategy and operationalise it. I agree with Councillor Cook and others that there will be times where we'll need to revisit this as we become a little bit more aware of the role the council can play. And I did want to just touch upon some of the points that Councillor Cook raised. The decision to remove a couple of these words, and I think you used condemn and prevention, was actually based on some feedback that we received through the consultancy. Whether those words should be reinstituted, I guess, is a question for another day. But certainly, we have responded to the consultation that took place, and that has given rise to changes in the final document, or as it transitioned from draft to final. But certainly, I see this as just a first step. In terms of the questions that Councillor Johnston raised, the Women's Legal Service were a part of the group who were consulted. My understanding is we didn't receive a response. The Women's Legal Service is actually listed on the council website as a service provider. And I would be happy to include them in that list in the strategy, subject to their approval, of course. I think that we need to go and contact them and just check that they're happy with that. But I'm presuming that given they're on the website, they'll be happy to be in our strategy document. To the point Councillor Sri made, we actually already provide a level of housing support, obviously through our community partnership housing project. And also we have a number of service providers who have council-owned houses on council-owned property that they provide to DV organisations. Now, I will quickly just move on to items B and D. Obviously, the quarterly report, 30th of March, that's a point-in-time report. I won't go into that in a lot of detail, but I did want to touch upon 3BR. And, at the end of the day, this is a document that does reflect our expectations around the impact of COVID. We do expect to see a very significant reduction in revenues between now and the end of June. We are factoring in a potential reduction of the order of $40 million. And that's coming from a range of impacts that are COVID related. So we are in a very difficult budgeting environment. The Lord Mayor alluded to this earlier. Probably the most difficult environment we could have envisaged, certainly in the last decade. I think perhaps going back to the floods might be the most recent one where we've had to tackle with this sort of uncertainty. But be that as it may, we are working very hard to find savings across the organisation. Once again, the Lord Mayor alluded to this earlier. We have to cut the cloth to fit the revenues that are under pressure. We're looking to do that. We're looking for savings. We are obviously looking to provide a budget that gives us an opportunity to deliver the services and the infrastructure that our city needs. So 3BR certainly does paint a challenging picture. I think anybody who doesn't realise that would be pretty naive, and even the newest councillor in this chamber would appreciate that our revenue lines in particular are under quite significant pressure, and to the extent possible we are trying to extrapolate what we think are going to be the major challenges, and hence that's reflected in 3BR. Rest assured, we'll be working very, very hard to try and ensure that the position come the 30th of June is as strong as it can be, and I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Further speakers? Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have my hand up to participate in the debate on items B and D, being the quarterly report through to March, as mentioned by Councillor Allen, and the third budget review. Look, I just wanted to briefly participate as a consequence of comments made earlier by Councillor Cassidy. who appears to still be attempting to prosecute their failed election narrative about KSD, describing KSD, I think he used the words as a nightmare, and pointed to what he claimed was a $17 million extra cost. Well, this just proves, Councillor Cassidy, you don't know how to read these financial papers. You have no idea about how to read these financial papers, because the answer to your assertion is contained in the third budget review documentation.
Lachlan, can I please insist you use councillors' names and titles and refer comments to the chair?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Cassidy, made the assertion that there's a $17 million extra cost. Well, through you, Mr. Chair, back to Councillor Cassidy, the point is well made in the notes for the third budget review. It says this, in relation to that money, and it's not exclusively that dollar amount for the KSD project, but it says bring forward capital from 2020-21 to 2019-20 to align with the design and construct payment schedule. So what does that mean? That means that money's being brought forward. The project is ahead of the expected delivery. So money that was allocated or proposed to be spent, money that was proposed to be spent in the next financial year has been brought forward to the current financial year. The project is on time and under the budget. Councillor Cassidy and his team can't continue to prosecute their assertion that this project is being overspent or running behind schedule, because it's certainly not the case. And that the proof of that was in the last election result, where their attempts to portray that project in those terms was completely dismissed by the electorate, completely dismissed. They saw it for what it was, and the thousands and thousands of people who are using the infrastructure daily, the bikeway, the walkway, know that if a Labor administration had been in this place, they wouldn't have had that infrastructure. They would have been condemned to the archaic 19th century bike pathway that used to be there before we embarked on this excellent infrastructure project. So, Councillor Cassidy, read the papers. That's there for you to see. This was a bring forward of expenditure from the next financial year to the current financial year. In relation to some other points that were made, Beams Road in particular, I heard Councillor Cassidy, through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Cassidy talking about, well, look, the work has started. A memo on this was provided to Councillor Cassidy last week, I understand. Beams Road between Lacey Road, Hannaford Road, upgrade project, investigation works. The works have started. The works have started. The investigative works have started. And we're proud to continue to have a partnership with the federal government for the delivery of these projects.
To you, Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted. Councillor McLaughlin.
This administration is proud to participate with the federal government in its provision of infrastructure, of money for infrastructure through urban congestion funds and other projects or other budgets allocations like the Black Spot program and the Roads Recovery program, programs where we've had a long partnership with the federal government to provide necessary infrastructure for the people of Brisbane so people can get home quicker and safer. And that's what this administration is about, is making sure we continue to deliver on the expectations of our residents, and happy to partner with the state government if they want to partner with us, and the federal government as well through the provision of federal budgets or state budgets for the provision of necessary infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further speakers? Oh, Councillor Cassidy, you've returned. All right, Councillor Cassidy, your misrepresentation, please.
I didn't say work on Beams Road hadn't started. I said that was one of the announcements that was made alongside the Bracken Ridge projects, which have now been scrapped.
Further speakers? I see no hands. The Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Councillor Cook's contribution on the council domestic and family violence strategy, and I appreciate the way in which she has approached the debate today. I thank her for that. I did want to particularly, though, go back to the comments that Councillor Cassidy made about the financial statements and the budget review. Councillor McLaughlin has it absolutely right. Councillor Cassidy quite clearly doesn't seem to understand how to read financial statements because he either can't understand what we've got before us or he is misrepresenting the facts. I don't know which it is, but ultimately the claims that were made were not only incorrect, but in many respects a complete misrepresentation of reality. So let's be clear exactly what's happening here from a budget point of view. The council budget is no doubt under massive pressure at the moment. There is no doubt about that. The current economic climate, the impacts of COVID, and a whole range of factors have contributed to put incredible pressure on council's finances. And as Councillor Adam Allen pointed out, the last time we saw something equivalent to this was during the incredible 2011 flood disaster, which also put incredible pressure on the budget. But despite that pressure, to this point in time and our projection to the end of the financial year, let's be clear about what that situation is. Brisbane City Council has managed to achieve what the other two levels of government would only dream of: a balanced budget. This budget is not in deficit, and that makes us...
Yeah, the council is $2.6 billion.
Lord Mayor, please continue.
Another councillor doesn't seem to understand the difference between deficit and debt, which is a basic accounting thing. And for a councillor that's been around for so long, you would think that they would understand.
Why do you keep hiding it?
No interjections, please. Lord Mayor.
This council has managed to achieve what both the state and federal government could only dream of, which is a budget that is balanced, not in deficit, but a balanced budget. Now, while our income is down significantly, the income coming into this organisation is down significantly, we have cut the cloth to measure. And more importantly, we've done that not by letting go of staff in the way that businesses have, not by sacking people in the way that many businesses have, but by reducing our expenses on materials and services. So that is the only option. If you look at the financial statements, you've got employee expenses, you've got materials and services, the two major forms of expenditure in this council. Now, if we're not sacking people, which we're not doing, then materials and services are where you have to find the savings. And so that is exactly what we have done. We have cut the cloth to measure. We have made the difficult decisions that need to be made to keep the budget balanced. And the budget is balanced. I did, since Councillor Cassidy seems to have trouble understanding, want to point him to page 1 of the budget review. The most important line in this entire document, and the one which tells you whether the budget is in surplus or deficit, is increase or decrease in operating capability. That is effectively the indicator of whether council is in surplus or in deficit. Now, we projected to be in surplus by 295 million. That was the budget projection. We have taken a $220 million hit, but we are in surplus by $74 million when it comes to the operating capability. There it is, right there in black and white. That's coming through in the budget review, page 1. So we will continue to do everything we can to keep the budget strong, to keep the budget balanced, and cut the cloth to measure. Labor and their approach to economic and financial management is to just knuckle down and keep spending. We know they don't like any staff reductions. They've made that clear because they are beholden to the unions. And so what will they do then if they can't reduce staff numbers? And as I said, we're not doing that. But if they can't do that, what will they do? they'll just keep spending. They can't make the difficult decisions that need to be made. Yet, as we take the responsible decisions, as we keep the budget balanced, Labor can't help but criticising everything we do. That's the reality. They want to have it both ways. And it is not possible to have it both ways. We are taking the action that's needed to keep the budget strong, yet Labor criticises us for doing that. I did want to, though, draw attention to a couple of Councillor Cassidy's greatest myths. And there were quite a few in his prepared speech. Let me go to number 4 in the greatest myths list. He claimed that Victoria Park has been delayed. Victoria Park has not been delayed. We have extended the consultation period for Victoria Park because of COVID to give people a chance to have a say. That is not delaying the project. I can tell you this. The Victoria Park Golf Course will close down, as we said, and we will get on with delivering that project. Why? Because it is an essential project and we will invest in it to deliver the green space that we promised to our community. So wrong, Councillor Cassidy. Victoria Park is not delayed. Number 3 out of his list of greatest myths is Transport for Brisbane is apparently making a profit. Like, come on. Public transport in Brisbane is heavily subsidised. No one is making a profit out of public transport in Brisbane, I can tell you that much. And for Councillor Cassidy to suggest so shows a lack of understanding of how this works. Due to national competition policy requirements, which are imposed on all governments at all levels, we have to portray the finances of Transport for Brisbane as a council-controlled entity in a certain way. But I can assure you it does not make a profit. In fact, it makes a loss of well over $100 million a year, which is what we put into it to subsidise public transport. And then on top of that, add what the state government puts into it as well. So no one is making a profit out of public transport in Brisbane. Councillor McLaughlin pointed out the second of Councillor Cassidy's greatest myths, KSD, the claim that KSD is over budget. Wrong. KSD's budget is $650 million and it is a project that will be brought in at $650 million. Simple as that, not over budget. And guess what? The people of Hamilton Ward were so upset about the handling of KSD that they gave Councillor McLaughlin an increased margin at the last election. That's what they thought about Labor's muckraking and lies and mistruths.
Yeah, lovely redistribution.
Unfortunately, I've saved the best till last. The claim that the federal government has not paid us $20 million for Brisbane Metro. Come in, spinner. Guess where the $20 million for Metro is sitting right now? Actually, I was going to say in Jackie Trad's bank account, but she's no longer the treasurer. It's in Cameron Dick's bank account. The federal government has paid $20 million to the state government for Brisbane Metro. And guess who's holding the process up? Guess who's refused to release it to Brisbane City Council? The state government. So that is a massive own goal there, Councillor Cassidy. We are waiting for that money from the federal government. The state government has refused to release that $20 million to us. We are working on that positively, and I am very confident of getting a good result shortly, but there is a reason why it hasn't been paid to us, and it certainly isn't the federal government. So, Councillor Cassidy, whoever writes your speech needs to go back to Finance 101 school because this budget is strong despite the challenges. It is balanced despite the challenges, and we will continue to do the things that we need to do to responsibly keep our city's budget strong.
I will now put items A and C. All those in favour of items A and C, please say aye and raise your hands.
Aye.
Thank you. And those against, no and raise your hands. The ayes have it. On items B and D, all those in favour, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
And on and those against, please say no and raise your hand.
No.
The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
Cassidy and Councillor Strunk, please ring the bells. Councillors, all those in support of the resolution, please say aye and hold your hand up and have it remain there so it may be counted.
Aye.
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 Please lower your hands. And all those against, please say no and hold up your hand and hold it within the camera so it may be counted.
No. No.
Clerks, please read the result. Did councillors hear that result?
Not very well.
Clerks, please read that again. I apologise, but the result was 20 in favour and 7 against. 20 in favour and 7 against. Apologies. Councillors, we'll now move to items E and F. Lord Mayor, item E and F, please. Point of order to Councillor Johnson.
Yes, just my request for further information with regards to item F. And I have one for item E as well. But with respect to item F, page 7 of the ENC report, paragraph 41 states that Mr. Jensen has indicated that he wishes to be considered for a further contract. Could the Lord Mayor please advise to whom he asked for his contract to be renewed? And I'm happy to accept it was him as Lord Mayor, or it was an internal request to another council officer. You don't have to name the officer. I appreciate you don't like that. And I also have a request with respect to item E, and that is the councillor conduct assessment item. Did the Lord Mayor conduct or council conduct any consultation with the Office of the Independent Assessor regarding the proposed program and procedure that's outlined here before us today? And if so, what was their feedback?
Lord Mayor. Items E through F.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Item E relates to councillor conduct assessment, investigation and orders. And amendments to the Local Government Act and City of Brisbane Act have meant changes to council's framework for dealing with complaints regarding councillor conduct. So essentially, we had a process whereby different levels of councillor behaviour were treated in different ways. According to the Department of Local Government, there are different types of councillor conduct which are of concern to them. The first is unsuitable meeting conduct. The second is inappropriate conduct. The third is misconduct, and the fourth is corrupt conduct. So there's varying levels of councillor conduct which are treated in different ways. There's a number of those. There's in terms of meeting conduct, it's dealt with in the meeting by the chair. Concerns about meeting conduct after having been dealt with by the chair are to go to the Office of the Independent Assessor for assessment. Concerns about inappropriate conduct are to go to the Office of the Independent Assessor. And if they are found to be in some way substantiated, then they come back to council for treatment or for a response. And so essentially this is a situation that keeps changing as a result of changes to state government laws and acts. And we are now updating our process in response to that legislative change. But essentially what has happened is if there is suspected inappropriate conduct of a councillor, that's referred to the Office of the Independent Assessor. And the Office of the Independent Assessor upholds that, then it comes back to council essentially for a decision on how that will be dealt with. Whether there will be some kind of punishment or penalty or an apology, depending on the nature of the conduct. Now, to make it clear what we are talking about here, the local government department, the Department of Local Government, gives a few examples of what might be determined to be inappropriate conduct of a councillor. And the examples are: a councillor makes derogatory comments about staff. That's example 1. Example 2, a councillor fails to comply with an order made by the chair of a meeting to leave that meeting. That's example 2. Example 3, a councillor has been reprimanded 3 times in 12 months for interrupting other councillors during meetings. So these examples give you an idea of the type of conduct that we're talking about here, that would be referred to the Office of the Independent Assessor and then come back to us if substantiated for dealing with. Now, we're not talking about misconduct here, and we are not talking about corrupt conduct. They are 2 different things, and they are dealt with in different ways. So in terms of the options for us to deal with that, first of all, the revised Code of Conduct for Councils in Queensland by the Department of Local Government, Racing and Multicultural Affairs now applies to Brisbane City Councillors, and also, and so the previous Code of Conduct for Councillors policy that we had is redundant. If a complaint regarding suspected inappropriate conduct is referred to council by the Office of the Independent Assessor, AP 247 Councillor Conduct Assessment and Investigation Policy provides for the complaint to be referred to the Councillor Conduct Tribunal to provide an independent investigation. It also proposes that a new standing committee be established, the Councillor Ethics Committee, to meet on an as-need basis. The committee would be created with the powers and responsibilities to consider the findings and recommendations of the tribunal in relation to instances of suspected inappropriate conduct referred to the tribunal referred to the by the tribunal to council. In relation to findings and recommendations of the tribunal in a matter of suspected inappropriate conduct, the committee will have the power to adopt with amendments or adopt a separate finding and penalty. So basically, Committee of Councillors working similar to the Ethics Committee in State Parliament to decide on what the appropriate way to deal with that inappropriate conduct is. So as the state laws continue to change regarding these matters, we continue to have to update our own procedures and policies, and that is exactly what we are proposing to do today. So part of this is the establishment of the Councillor Ethics Committee. And the Ethics Committee, as I mentioned, is responsible for considering the findings and recommendations put forward in the report of the Councillor Conduct Tribunal regarding suspected inappropriate conduct by a councillor. We are proposing that this committee be a bipartisan committee and that Councillor Adam Allen be the chair, that the deputy chair is Councillor Cara Cook, and that the membership of the committee is Councillor Peter Maddock, Councillor Tracy Davis, Councillor Peter Cumming, and Councillor Charles Strunk. So this is the proposal on the table. We've also, and very importantly, got a clause in here when it comes to the membership of the committee that councillors will not be eligible for appointment to the committee if they have had any finding of corrupt conduct made against them or multiple findings of either misconduct or inappropriate behaviour made against them, either by the former Councillor Conduct Review Panel, the Office of Independent Assessor, or by council in the preceding 5 years. Now, I think that's pretty self-explanatory. if it's a councillor ethics committee, then we would expect that the councillors on that would not be subject to multiple findings against them when it comes to conduct. I think in this bipartisan manner, we're proposing to have the chair as an LNP administration councillor, the deputy chair as a Labor opposition councillor. We've also got a couple of lawyers on the committee as well, to make sure that it is a rigorous process.
Not that type of lawyer.
Yeah, you're not that type of lawyer. Right, okay. I won't comment further on that. The next item on the agenda is item F, which is the CEO appointment. Now, what we're being asked to do here in council is to do two things. First of all, to confirm that...
Order.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I note that the Lord Mayor is going on to speak about item F, but he did not address my request for information, which is, has he sought advice on this proposal for the councillor conduct process from the OIA?
I would bring that question to the Lord Mayor's attention, but I thought the answer was implied in what he said. But Lord Mayor, were you prepared to comment further on that?
Yeah, look, that's no problem at all. I haven't personally sought advice from the OIA, but what is happening here is that we are simply acting on the legal requirements placed on us by the state government changes to the Act. Now, the Act specifies that these matters could be dealt with in several ways, and those ways are as follows. The Lord Mayor themselves, whoever that may be at the time, could make a determination on these matters of inappropriate conduct. Now, personally, I don't believe that it's appropriate for one person to make that decision, and I certainly don't have any intention of being the arbiter of what is good conduct or inappropriate conduct, or what punishment someone should get if they are subject to a complaint about inappropriate conduct. The second option is that a special committee, such as the one we're proposing here, could be formed. And the third option is that full council will debate a matter such as this. Now, I also on that third option don't believe that it's appropriate for full council to get involved in debating about councillor conduct in this way. You know, we all have important jobs to be doing for the City of Brisbane, and for us to have extended debates about whether someone has behaved inappropriately and what punishment they should get. Yeah, my view is obviously a special committee, as per the State Ethics Committee, would be the most appropriate way to deal with this. I can also say that Council's Chief Legal Counsel has advised that he has consulted both with the independent assessor, the President of the Councillor Conduct Tribunal, regarding the proposed way of dealing with councillor conduct assessment and investigation, and both were supportive of it. So while I haven't personally been in touch with the OIA, Council certainly has, and our Chief Legal Counsellor at Council has, and they were both supportive of the approach that has been proposed here. So to answer...
Mayor, your time has expired.
Move for an extension.
Extension of time moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Landers. All those in favour say aye and raise your hands.
Aye.
Those against say no and raise your hands. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor, 10 minutes.
Thank you. Well, look, I won't take 10 minutes, but going to item F, which I started touching on before, is the reappointment of the CEO. What Council is being asked to do is to agree that the current CEO is a suitably qualified person to continue on as the CEO, and for the contract details then to be subject to negotiation going forward once Council determines that Colin is a suitable person to be the CEO. Now, I think it goes without saying that Colin is absolutely suitable to be CEO of Council. and he's served in that role since late 2010. Mr. Jensen became the council CEO after previously being the Director General of the Department of Infrastructure in the state government, and also the Coordinator General, so he held dual roles. And since 2010 has served very ably and capably in the role. And now during this COVID crisis is serving through his second major crisis in council, the first being the 2011 flood, whereby he was awarded the National Emergency Medal by the Governor-General of Australia for the role he played in the flood recovery and response. Now, obviously, having Colin on board and someone of Colin's experience and reputation is something that I know I personally appreciate. And I can also say that he is respected on both sides of the political fence as a true professional public servant of the highest order. And I do believe that Colin has that strong respect from all of the people that he has worked with from both sides of the political fence. But don't take my word for it. I noted the words of his former minister that he was working with in the Department of Infrastructure just prior to him taking on the role as council CEO. And that minister is one Minister Sterling Hinchliffe, who's now the Minister for Local Government, interestingly enough. And in a media statement at the time, in the lead up to Colin's taking on the role as CEO of Brisbane City Council, Minister Hinchliffe issued a statement welcoming the new DG, who was Graham Newton at the time, and thanking Colin Jensen, the outgoing DG. And the statement, and I quote, included this really important quote. Mr. Hinchliffe also thanked the current DG, Colin Jensen, for the professionalism, integrity, and passion he brought to the role over the past 3 years. So Minister Hinchliffe, the current local government minister, speaks very highly after having worked with Colin Jensen. I speak very highly of Colin Jensen myself, and I know Civic Cabinet does as well. To answer Councillor Johnston's other question, I asked Colin Jensen whether he would stay on as council CEO because that was very much my desire to continue working with him. And I know it's Cabinet's desire to continue working with him. And he kindly agreed. So that was my request. Obviously, Mr. Jensen's current contract is due to expire later this year. And I specifically asked that he continue on, and he agreed. And I'm grateful for that because we have genuinely one of Australia and Queensland's most respected public servants leading our organisation. So today, I'm simply saying we are being asked to agree that he is a suitably qualified person. I think the only concern that we would have here is whether he was suitably qualified or suitably overqualified to do the role that he's doing.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I just want to be clear about this because it is an issue I've raised with the CEO's office. The resolution reads to me that we are appointing Colin Jensen. So that's in item 1 in the resolution. It's not just saying he's a suitable person. It says appoints Mr. Jensen to the position of CEO. Now, the Lord Mayor said repeatedly this is just to determine whether he's a suitable person, but that's not what this report says. So
right,
can you please clarify that?
I think that the points you're making, I think, are relevant to what you would make as your substantive contribution to this debate, I believe. However, the resolution is as it's written. Perhaps the Lord Mayor is using a more polite term than that, but the resolution is what the resolution is written. Lord Mayor.
Okay, well, let me explain. We are appointing Colin Jensen or reappointing Colin Jensen as the CEO of Council in this resolution. But the question here is whether he is a suitably qualified person to carry out that role. under law, we have to appoint a suitably qualified person as the CEO of council. So I'm simply pointing out that obviously Mr. Jensen is a suitably qualified person. He's been doing the job since late 2010, and he has been doing a fantastic job and is one of Queensland and Australia's most respected public servants. Further on, I would say when it comes to the next step after assuming this is approved by council, the next step after that is to develop a new contract for Mr. Jensen, and that contract will be a 4-year contract, as is indicated here. My expectations are as follows for that contract, to be very clear. There will be no executive bonus in that contract, as is there is no executive bonus in any new contracts that we sign. This is something I made clear last year, that we would be exiting the executive bonus scheme that was introduced by Labor many, many years ago. We have brought that scheme to an end, and I can now report today that Mr. Jensen will be the very last executive that we switch over to the new contract with no bonus. So every other council manager in recent times has been put on a new contract which does not involve a bonus. With approval today to develop a new contract with Mr. Jensen, he will also go onto a contract that does not include an executive bonus. As I have indicated my intention for all council contracts and council employees, including councillors, there will be no pay rises in any contract for the next 2-year period. And so that is another firm expectation that I'm making clear. And that also goes not only for Mr. Jensen, but for all managers, all council staff and all councillors. So I've made previous public comments and statements on that. That is something that I expect will be adhered to in the contract going forward for Mr. Jensen. Mr. Jensen will effectively continue on the same or similar arrangements as now without any pay rises, is what I'm saying, for at least the next 2 years. So to make my position going into this clear, those two things I think were important to state on the record. Mr. Chair, I'll leave my comments at that. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. I speak on both of these items and just ask that they be taken seriatim for voting purposes, please.
Seriatim for voting.
Yeah, so on clause E, the councillor conduct assessment investigation and orders, so the three attachments that were here that deal with the code of conduct itself, with the investigation policy and with the composition of this new ethics committee. This is as a result of state government legislation. All Queensland councils are required to do or develop their own models in line with the legislation. So there is, the department has provided some template guidelines for smaller councils, and I appreciate that Brisbane City Council, being the largest council not only in Queensland and Australia, has developed these on their own. We have consulted with the Office of the Independent Assessor on these matters, and I take the Lord Mayor at his word that Council has raised these matters with the Independent Assessor or the Office of the Independent Assessor anyway. So we accept that the Code of Conduct and the investigation policy is in line with what it should be. We do have some concern with the composition and the function of the Ethics Committee. In our view, any determination that is made by either the OIA, which is an independent body, or the Councillor Conduct Tribunal as an independent body, any recommendation on punishment or penalty should be adhered to, and councillors shouldn't be in the business of changing those recommendations, those penalties or those punishments, whether that be in a full council meeting, whether that be the Lord Mayor directly or Civic Cabinet or an ethics committee. I do understand, though, that for some matters, the OIA may determine that they're going to send an item back to council to determine the appropriate penalty, if at all, without making any recommendation whatsoever. So they could, once a referral is made to the OIA could determine that that should be not official misconduct or not corrupt conduct, but potentially inappropriate conduct, but make no recommendation about any potential punishment. That will then go back to council, in this case to this ethics committee, to determine what is in fact an appropriate level of punishment there. We accept that on paper this committee is bipartisan and there are equal numbers. However, the way in which the administration has determined the composition of the standing committee is that the chair will have a casting vote. So the LNP councillors will always have a majority on that committee. And some concerns that we do have is the way in which the LNP have used previous processes to target councillors that are not on their team. So we want to make very clear that where there are recommendations from the OIA around suitable levels of punishment and penalty, that those are followed by this ethics committee, and it remains to be seen. There will be test cases, I suppose, where the OIA will refer something back to council and say this is potentially inappropriate conduct. They have no view on it, however, and it will be up to this ethics committee to determine that. The Office of the Independent Assessor did remark to us that they did not have a view as to how the ethics committee was determined and its exact functions, and that was a determination, and particularly the qualifying factors that the Lord Mayor outlined. They were all choices made by this administration. They weren't set down in legislation, and they weren't recommended by the OIA. They are decisions that Civic Cabinet has made. So we will enter this with an open mind, but there are some reservations as to how this will operate, and we will reserve any positions that our councillors take for when they first arise. On clause F, the appointment of the Chief Executive Officer of Brisbane City Council. And there were some backwards and forwards just before, which I suppose cleared some of this up, in which the Lord Mayor was claiming that what's before us today is simply a resolution to determine whether Mr. Jensen is a suitably qualified person to continue on for consideration of another term of contract. However, it's not. The point or paragraph 43 in the ENC report says that it's proposing, this is what we're voting on today, to extend the contract or appoint Mr. Jensen as the CEO for a further term. And there is nothing in here which suggests that any details of a contract, and we know that these contracts are particularly lucrative. It's an important job, but it's a lot of money we're talking about here. Will be kept in secret, and councillors won't have any way of reviewing that. We also don't know whether any performance review was undertaken, other than the Lord Mayor asking the CEO to stay on and the CEO saying he would, although that's not clear in this ENC document. And when you go and inspect the files associated with the ENC documents, there is no further information other than what is contained in the resolution before us today. So we know, looking at the cheque payments, that a review of his salary was undertaken by an external company, but no other review whatsoever was undertaken on that. So when we're talking about potentially a $3.2 million contract, when you look at the information that is contained in the annual report from last year. There's one employee earning somewhere between $700,000 and $799,000. We understand once this contract is entered into, there won't be any annualised increases, but there may very well be an increase on the $799,000 bracket there. So this is a lot of money. It's a very important role. And I accept absolutely that Mr. Jensen is a qualified person to do the role, but I think what we need to be focusing on here is the process in which we've gone through to get to a position where the CEO of the largest council in Australia is being offered a 4-year term without any information. So there's a $3.1 billion budget over 8,000 employees that the CEO is responsible for operationalising. The pay packet, which we know, which is public information that's reported in the annual report, is potentially more than the Prime Minister's and the Queensland Premier's salary combined each and every year. Although we won't know, we'll know a range, we assume, once the annual report comes out. But again, there's no details about a contract for the CEO in there. So we do have a number of questions, and I know Councillor Johnston posed a number of questions and requested a briefing on this matter, which I assume was denied. I never saw the outcome of that. So why are there no details on file for councillors to view? I'm not saying this should necessarily be public information, but there's 27 of us here on this Zoom meeting being asked to endorse or not this resolution. Why are there no details on file for councillors to view confidentially? How did E&C make the assessment to extend the term for another 4 years or over 4 years? We've heard from the Lord Mayor that part of that decision-making process was he approached the CEO directly and asked him to stay on. The CEO accepted that. Not sure of any other process that has gone through. How much, and I think this can be provided to us confidentially, but how much will the CEO be paid? And we hear that there are no bonuses and the annual wage will be frozen, but what that annual wage will be, it could be significantly higher than the current annual wage. So we are concerned, and we'll await some answers to these questions here in the public debate, given that they're not being provided in any other way, that an open and transparent process for the single most powerful role within the organisation of council is being awarded. We all have just been through a major review process ourselves. It was called an election. We've all been sent here. That was our review process by the community. We don't know what review process has gone on to determine who the CEO of this council should be for the next 4 years. So we certainly eagerly await some further information from the Lord Mayor on these matters.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I rise to speak on items E and F, and flag I have an amendment. I'll start with item E, the Councillor Conduct Assessment Investigation Orders. Firstly, can I say that this is not like the Ethics Committee in State Parliament. Again, with both of these issues today, the Lord Mayor was deliberately, I think, misleading people about what they're about. The Ethics Committee in State Parliament has a process by which people can make submissions, can be heard, and then there is an outcome that is determined from that process. The process being proposed here is that for matters of inappropriate conduct that the OIA doesn't want to deal with, we're going to have a very convoluted process that refers it initially to councillors, then off to the Councillor Review Tribunal for independent investigation, and that's a good step. But then it comes back to the little committee that is being set up of just LNP and just ALP councillors, and they just make a decision in secret. Now, that decision could vary what the qualified independent tribunal decides without any discussion with the councillor about whom they are holding a meeting. That is just unacceptable. That just breaches every sort of basic tenet of natural justice. And you're only alternative is then to appeal. So Supreme Court or QCAT. So council's got this wrong. These matters should be dealt with independently. And I appreciate that the OIA doesn't necessarily want to handle all of the matters that come to them. And I do agree with the Lord Mayor and appreciate his comment that full council shouldn't be doing that. That's how it was when I first started, and that's a horrific process to go through. But it is not acceptable for a committee of just LNP and ALP councillors to make a secret decision without any process for feedback from councillors or submission from councillors about whom they are making judgments when those matters and their recommendations may deviate from that of a professional independent tribunal that has reviewed the matter. So there is a really big flaw in what is being proposed here, and I absolutely do not support it in its current form. It's just not acceptable, and it is absolutely not the same as the Ethics Committee in State Parliament. Secondly, just for a bit of fun, I had a look at the criteria. Presumably, the Lord Mayor has made up here. I don't know, because again, there's nothing in the files, about this, and it does sort of indicate the Lord Mayor made this decision. That anybody who's had multiple findings of corrupt misconduct or inappropriate conduct over the last 5 years is ineligible to sit on the committee. Now, that's not an OIA recommendation. That's obviously a decision of the Lord Mayor, that he's decided, and he admitted that in his own speech that the OIA didn't actually give him any feedback on that. So I did go and have a look at all of the matters that have gone to the committee, and it turns out I'd be eligible to sit on this committee because there are only 2 matters, one of which was overturned by the Supreme Court in the last 5 years. So like Councillor Maddock and Councillor Cook, both of whom have had one finding made against them, I have had one finding made against me in the past 5 years. I note, however, I'm not being considered to sit on the committee, and I certainly would like to know from the Lord Mayor why he thinks it's just the LNP and the ALP that should be able to have a say. If the Supreme Court has overturned the decision and they made it pretty clear that it was an unlawful decision, then why am I being excluded? It should be representative, and I gather there's some concerns, and I would agree completely that the chair has the casting vote. Who better than an independent councillor to hold the casting vote on this new committee? Not that I support the committee anyway, but if I'm going to get done over in this vote today and this is going to go ahead, then it should be a fairer process, and clearly that is not the case. So I just wanted to make a few remarks about the fact that some people have been excluded, and there are numerous other councillors who've not been considered for this committee, I presume, who are also eligible. But I find it rather disappointing that I wasn't even considered, given I'd be eligible. So I won't be supporting item E. Now, with respect to item F, the appointment of the Chief Executive Officer of Brisbane City Council, I don't support this item, and I will outline why. Firstly, I did go up to this level 23 to review all the files about this matter, and there is not a single piece of information available on the file. I did then make a request for a briefing, and at about 12 o'clock today, I received a call from the Chief Executive Officer's executive officer, and I spoke with her about the matter, and she said, there is no paper. There is actually no other documents other than exactly what you see here. So there's 2 or 3 pages basically saying Mr. Jensen indicated he wished to be considered for a further contract, and therefore we should appoint him to that position. So my first lot of concern relates to process. Firstly, that it is inappropriate for a major contract like this to be undertaken without any review at all. None. Not a measure against KPIs, not a measure against his last contract and how he went against that, not a performance review, not a market benchmark review, Not a should we look around and see who else is out there, just in case there are some other people who may be suitably qualified to undertake the role. As it is, apparently the Lord Mayor just goes to his mate Colin and says, geez, mate, I'd really like you to stay on. And Mr. Jensen indicated he wishes to be considered for the position. How cozy is that? This is a contract of $750,000 a year for 4 years. And presumably it is going to be a lot more than that. And there is not a single piece of paper indicating that there has been any even consideration that there should be some review conducted before this decision is made. That is just shocking and appalling. And I have an amendment with respect to this. Secondly, as I did 4 years ago, I did not support the appointment of the CEO or the reappointment of the CEO, and I do not support his reappointment again. Under his leadership, this council has been politicised. He has overseen, I think, one of the most appalling and destructive periods of politicisation in this council, and it's not been a good thing. It has not been a good thing. Secondly, on 3 occasions, I've had to take council to court because of the actions of Mr. Jensen with respect to councillor tribunal matters. And on those occasions, I've been successful. I have raised over and over again problems with the way in which this scheme has been handled for the whole time that he is almost the first day he was there, and I've been ignored. And the fact I've had to go to the Supreme Court is just not acceptable. And the fact that it's cost council hundreds of thousands of dollars is just not good. Finally, I do not believe this council is being well run. Major projects are blowing out. The financial mismanagement of this council is appalling. There's now $2.6 billion in debt. There was none when Mr. Jensen started. And I'm not seeing projects being delivered fairly around the city in all wards. And that speaks to the politicisation issue that I raised. So with that, I would just like to say that there's some other reasons too, but I'll just stick to the basics. That's why I don't support it. However, on the issue with respect to the process matters, what is outlined here today is back to front. This recommendation today says that we should be appointing Mr. Jensen, and then Mr. Jensen and the Lord Mayor will go away and they'll work out the terms and conditions of his contract in secret. That is unacceptable. And that's why I move the following amendment, which has been sent through to the councillor and committee's team. That with item F in E&C page 7, paragraph 45, recommendation attachment A draft resolution, that after then council, delete subclause 1, renumber subclause 2 as subclause 1, and add a new subclause 2 as follows. 2. Approval of Mr. Jensen's appointment to the position of Chief Executive Officer of Council for a further term up to and including 8 August 2024 and contract under Section 190 of the City of Brisbane Act 2010 is undertaken at a meeting of full council.
Seconded.
I have an amendment motion moved by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Cassidy. I can confirm that it's been distributed. It has been distributed to councillors through the email system. Councillor Johnson, please, your comments to the amendment.
Thank you. And I note the Lord Mayor is no longer participating in the meeting, which is very disappointing considering the significance of this decision. The matter before us today seeks to do, the item before us today seeks to do 2 things. 1, appoint the CEO of council, and then 2, delegate to the Lord Mayor the decision to negotiate his contract. Now that is back to front in anyone's language, and anybody who's ever applied for a job would know that essentially you are offered a position and then you negotiate a contract. You are then appointed once the terms and conditions of the contract are resolved. What the amendment before us today does is indicate that the Lord Mayor can go away and he can still, work through the terms and conditions of the contracts. And I appreciate he did provide some additional information to us about that contract, which isn't in the documents before us today and not on the council file. So clearly he's been briefed. I've got questions. But the key issue here is that won't be done in secret, that will come back to us as councillors, as a full council, for consideration. Now, if there are confidentiality issues that have to be addressed, this council is well versed on handling those when matters come up to council for voting, and anything appropriate can be redacted at that time. But it is not appropriate, in my view, that the Lord Mayor and Mr. Jensen, who he speaks about in glowing terms, go away over a glass of wine or a cup of coffee and go, yeah, mate, I'll give you 800 grand this year. And yeah, you just keep doing the good job that you're doing. That is not an acceptable way to undertake what is one of council's most significant contractual arrangements. Now, I am extremely concerned. There's not even a CV on here. There's not, and I know who Colin Jensen is. Do I think he's doing a good job? No, I do not. That's just my personal opinion. But this council wants us to appoint someone to a job where they're going to earn millions of dollars of ratepayers' money without the courtesy of any basic benchmarks, without the courtesy of any performance reviews, and without the courtesy of that information being made available to councillors who are responsible decision makers on behalf of the residents of Brisbane. Now, Section 190 of the City of Brisbane Act does indicate that this decision should be made by council. Certainly, they are relying on a different section of the City of Brisbane Act to delegate that power back to the Lord Mayor, but it is certainly envisaged that it is full council that would make this decision. Certainly in other councils, that is how it is done. Councillors would be briefed, there'd be a discussion, there'd either be a meeting held in camera or appropriate information would be redacted, and a decision of full council would be made. And that is the proper way to go about doing it. So again, this does not stop the Lord Mayor from going about his responsibilities to negotiate the contract. But it calls on the Lord Mayor to return that contract to all councillors via the council meeting. We are the elected representatives of this city, and we should take responsibility for contracts that will cost this city millions of dollars. And the performance of council services to our community are completely dependent upon the powers, conditions, KPIs, performance benchmarks that are set down in this contract that we will know nothing about unless it comes back to council for final approval. That is the appropriate way to do it. Negotiate first, and then undertake the appointment and the approval of the contract second. And that is what the amendment does here today. And I would ask all councillors to vote for it.
Further speakers to the amendment? I see no hands. I see Councillor Cassidy's hands.
Yes, Chair. Look, we're prepared to second this amendment, and we're prepared to support this. It is a much better process to go through than what we have seen here today. Councillors are the ultimate decision makers in the ultimate decision-making body of this organisation. We are here to set the strategic direction, to set the budget of the council, and then to set the or employ and set the contract of, or should be, of the person that will see that out throughout the organisation. So I think it's only reasonable that when we're talking about a contract, that if you went on the old pay scale that we've seen there, that is potentially $3.2 million over the life of this contract. That's one, a lot of money, but two, a lot of responsibility and a lot of power. And that should absolutely be an open and transparent process before we get to the point of offering a contract to someone where we found out tonight that the approach was made by the Lord Mayor himself to the CEO, and there is no paper trail, there is no process other than a conversation somewhere. So we think this process, this amendment will actually go a long way towards making sure that this is fair and transparent for Brisbane residents via their councillors.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
So the finance chairman, the Lord Mayor, the deputy mayor, none of them want to address a motion that is about building in accountability and transparency into the appointment of the Chief Executive Officer of Council. Let me be clear, and on the public record, this contract could be as much as $4 million. It could be less. It is currently somewhere in the vicinity of around $750,000 a year. And that is extraordinary amount of money. The Lord Mayor couldn't be bothered to be in this debate. The Deputy Mayor, well, she'd be out of her depth, I'd be thinking, in discussing this issue. And the Finance Chairman staring at the ceiling. So he doesn't want to have a bar of it. So I am extremely concerned that there will be no independent scrutiny at all of the CEO's negotiations with the Lord Mayor. As we've heard tonight, the Lord Mayor approached Mr. Jensen to say, mate, I want to keep you on board. And apparently he's like, yep, that's a great idea. And if you're earning $750,000 a year, you'd probably think so too. But it's our job as councillors to ensure that there is good governance with respect to the expenditure of millions of dollars of council funds. The Lord Mayor tonight, again, in debate earlier, sprouted about how open and transparent this council is. Well, clearly that's not the case. There is not a single piece of paper to reflect the discussion the Lord Mayor and the CEO had, not a file note, not a diary meeting note. There's not even the last term's contract in the file. We don't even know what was agreed last time. It is extraordinary that the Lord Mayor now wants us to tick off on the appointment of the CEO, but leave all the details to him with no independent scrutiny or oversight. That is an unacceptable course of action in my view. The amendment before us today simply says that the matter must come back to full council for further consideration regarding Mr. Jensen's appointment and for the contract approval. And that is an appropriate way in which millions of dollars of ratepayers' funds should be handled. And the fact that there's no one that will even speak to this matter, the Deputy Mayor sitting there, the Finance Chairman sitting there, the Lord Mayor's MIA altogether, it beggars belief. Maybe they'll just attack me afterwards, which is the normal operating procedure, and maybe they're going to vote for it. But in 10 years I've been the independent, they've never voted for one of the motions I've put up. So I don't think that's what's going to happen. But it is just, most people in Brisbane would be horrified to know that there is no independent scrutiny of the appointment of the CEO of council. We will not know how much money he is going to be paid or what the performance requirements of his contract are, what the KPIs are, where it will be reviewed. We'll know none of this information. Both Mr. Jensen and the Lord Mayor just want to leave it to those two good mates to have a little chat and work it out themselves. Well, I do not think that is...
Mr. Chair.
Point of order to you, Deputy Mayor.
Going on 30 minutes of this, I am insulted at the way that Councillor Johnston continually imputes motive on the Lord Mayor and the professional way he will deal with Mr. Jensen in his contract.
I understand. Councillor Johnston, you've made the point a number of times. Can you please, I agree with Deputy Mayor's assessment, please stop imputing motive, and also your time is concluding in the near future.
Well, let me be clear. I'd love to have a professional debate about this. I'd love to see the contract. I'd love to see the benchmarks. I'd love to see the contract review. I'd love to see the market review. I'd love to see the executive search that was undertaken to find the most suitably qualified person. But this LNP administration could not be bothered to do any of that. It is the case As the Lord Mayor said in his own works tonight, he thinks Mr. Jensen's great and he asked him to stay on. That's his whole explanation. There is not a single document for the expenditure up to $4 million of council money, and Councillor Adams wants to criticise me for raising concerns about it. Let me be clear. I do not think this is an acceptable process.
Point of order to you, Councillor Adams.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Yes, noted. Councillor Johnston, please continue.
Oh no, she's just sending out hugs and love. She's not criticising me at all. So let me be clear. This is a process that has not been conducted properly in my view. It is not transparent, and the amendment before us today builds in accountability into that process so that this contract can be reviewed by all councillors and comes back to full council for debate and consideration. That is the appropriate way to go about this, not for it to be done behind closed doors between the CEO and the Lord Mayor.
Councillor Adams, your misrepresentation.
I did not attack Councillor Johnson for raising issues. I claimed she imputed motive on the Lord Mayor. Very different.
Thank you. I'll now put the resolution. All those in favour of the amendment, all those in favour of Councillor Johnston's amendment, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Please lower your hands. All those who do not support the amendment, please say no and raise your hands.
No.
No.
The noes have it.
Division.
Division. Councillor Cassidy, please ring the bells. The councillors in support of the amendment, please say aye, raise your hand and hold it there so it may be counted.
Aye.
Aye.
Please lower your hands. All those who do not support the amendment, please say no, raise your hand and hold it there so it may be counted.
No.
No. All right. Clerks, please lower your hands. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr. Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 20 against.
The amendment is lost. Further speakers to the substantive resolution. Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard, your microphone's... Someone turn her microphone on.
Okay, sorry about that. I had my hand up from before. Sorry, Chair.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry, further speakers to the substantive resolution. I see no hands. The Lord Mayor.
Sorry.
Excuse me, the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Councillor Allen did have his hand up and you missed it when you called Councillor Howard, but I'm happy to speak.
I apologise. That's my error and I'll call on Councillor Allen next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just joined the debate to speak briefly on item E and F. The Lord Mayor gave a very thorough overview of how the changes at state government legislation has given rise to the Ethics Committee. It was a very thorough overview of the process and why we have now instituted the Ethics Committee. My firm hope is that the committee doesn't meet. It's a bit like speeding fines. If you don't speed, you don't get the fine. So I'm hoping this is perhaps the least active committee that we're ever likely to have in council. Clearly, there is a process that you need to go through before a matter ends up being considered by the Ethics Committee. the composition of the Ethics Committee, and I note Councillor Cassidy had some concerns, but it's a committee that is comprised of what I think is a good mix of people and personalities and experience. I think it's a group of people who will be able to deliberate and rule on a measured, balanced, impartial basis. The committee is one that I think has a good mixture of experience, both in and outside of council, and a broad-based community experience. So I'm very, very hopeful that if we do in fact have to convene and consider cases, that any outcomes will be measured and proportionate. Turning to item F and the suitability of Colin Jensen as the CEO of council. Now, I note that Councillor Johnston has a raft of concerns, but you know, what we're considering today is his suitability, and I've had the privilege in the last 12 months to sit on
Johnston.
Mr. Chairman, we are not just considering his suitability, we are actually appointing him. And again,
I understand the point you're making. Thank you.
Yeah, but if the finance chairman doesn't realise that's what we're doing, I'm very concerned that the LNP doesn't know what they're actually doing.
No, that's not a point of order. That was a point you made earlier in your substantive presentation. As I said earlier, it was my view that turn of phrase is a polite way of saying what's in the resolution. Councillor Allen.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I've had the privilege to work quite closely with CEO as a member of Civic Cabinet, and he is an officer who has incredibly deep domain experience in government at both local government level and state government level. It's a extremely complex organisation. This is an organisation with more moving parts and complexity than most people appreciate. He has extremely good functional experience across the whole organisation. There are very few questions that you put to the CEO that he can't answer, or at least give you some good advice on. And more importantly, I think, as the organisation is large and we're in a dynamic environment, he's extremely strategic. He has very, very good insights. He has always got different perspectives on issues, and I find that particularly refreshing. So in the context of suitability, I definitely support the ongoing tenure of the CEO, and I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Further speakers? Councillor Shree.
Thanks, Chair. Just really briefly on the Ethics Committee item, I might make a comment through you to the Labor chairs that it's perhaps worth reflecting on the extent to which agreeing to sit on a committee like this serves to legitimise a flawed process and a broken system, and that sometimes, while it might feel like you're being handed power, actually what you're being handed are the tools to forge and fashion your own shackles. And so perhaps that's worth reflecting on. That's all I'll say.
Further speakers? Councillor Griffiths.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to speak on both items E and F, but I'll start with F. And I think it's really interesting that the LNP, and I've heard them say many times that they were just re-elected and what a great job they've done, and isn't that great the people of Brisbane chose them. I actually think they're the organisation or the group that we've had to have because of coronavirus, not because they present a great alternative. And I'm really concerned today with this reappointment of the CEO. I don't believe that it follows due process in any way. If a council officer was to be appointed this way, all hell would break loose. Officers and the public expect that deals aren't done like this. And this looks like a cosy deal. where the Lord Mayor's had a quiet chat to the CEO and then said, yeah, mate, we'll get you reappointed through council and you keep getting paid the big bucks.
Point of order to you, Councillor Adams.
I think you've already agreed with me, Mr. Chair. That is imputing motive and is misconduct.
Yeah, please resist the urge to impugn motive.
Everything I say, according to Councillor Adams, is imputing motive, because anything that disagrees with Councillor Adams is imputing motive.
Please,
she's the biggest bully in the place.
Look over me, please.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Adams.
I want that retracted. That is highly offensive.
I'll retract that you're the biggest bully in the place.
I mean, look, this is really uncalled for. Look, I apologise, I didn't hear it. I'm glad it was retracted.
Observe it.
I wasn't retracted in a sporting fashion, but I'll accept it now. Look, Councillor Griffiths, can you please just make your presentation on the matter at hand and limit your
and I am making presentation on hand. I think this is unacceptable. I think it's unacceptable that we're appointing to someone with such a significant influence in the organisation. And look, he's a nice fellow, nice bloke, good to chat to. But there are lots of people who are nice and good to chat to, and there's a lot of competent people out there. And why we aren't going through a due process so that he can show how he competes with other people that he's the best person for the job. Not just because you're a mate of someone, not because you just have a quiet chat with someone. And there are, as Councillor Johnson said, there are no records kept about this. We haven't seen the deals done behind this, and we're not going to, evidently. I don't think that's acceptable. We've got the same administration in place doing the same sneaky stuff, and it's disappointing for the people of Brisbane. The second thing I want to get to is the Code of Conduct Committee, and I welcome the fact that the state government have appointed the OIA. I've just had a ruling go through there that if it would have gone through council's LNP appointed committee, it wouldn't have been the same findings. You know, and I've sat in this council chamber for a long time and had accusations made against me and been through this process on numerous times. And I can tell you those accusations only came from LNP councillors. They didn't come from the public, they didn't come from staff, they may come from LNP councillors. And it's interesting that with this new organisation, which thank God is separated from Brisbane City Council, I think everyone is going to be up for a fair hearing rather than the political kangaroo court that has run for the last 17 years in the chamber. So I think that's good, but I really question the Ethics Committee. And I question the need for the Ethics Committee.
Order, Councillor Johnston.
Would Councillor Griffith take a question?
Councillor Griffith, will you take a question?
Yes.
Yes, he will.
Yes.
Councillor Griffith, which councillor, LNP councillor, made an unfounded allegation against you that was completely disproven by the OIA?
Oh, actually, it was Councillor Krista Adams. And it was, strangely enough, there were only 3 people who knew the accusation, myself, the CEO and Councillor Krista Adams. It's meant to be confidential, but the Courier Mail and the Brisbane Times found out about it. I don't know how that happened. But anyway, it was dismissed. But it was done during the election campaign, which is very disappointing for the behaviour that has been, the way this committee has been used and abused by LNP councillors. And I'm looking forward to reading the retraction in the Brisbane Times, the Courier Mail. I'm sure that will be leaked as well. Not. So my experience of these committees have been that they don't work. They're quite, you know, even though the Lord Mayor says we're having Labor and Liberal on it, you're not having the Green, you're not having the Independent. I can't see how this is impartial. And I certainly can't see that anyone in the public, let alone ourselves, believes that politics and ethics goes together. And for us to be saying we're setting up an ethics committee to review each other just seems absurd. So that's my thoughts on the matter. I'll support Labor's position in relation to this, but I think this is an absurd thing to be doing again. Once again, it's giving the administration a lot of power, a lot of control, and I've seen them use it consistently to try and intimidate anyone that doesn't agree with them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
The Ethics Committee, and just a few points I want to make in regards to this. I suppose I was a bit surprised when my name ended up on this because I certainly don't have any legal background. But you know, I think Councillor Adams, Adam Allen said it well, that you know they wanted a balance on the committee that's being proposed today. I take that. Take that point. But there's two things. First of all, the gender imbalance on this committee is pretty obvious. There's 4 guys and 2 girls, if I can put it that way in those terms. And so I thought this council was really very much likes to look at gender balance, at least for their at least for the chamber, maybe not for some of the boards, but certainly the committee has a gender imbalance. And secondly, the impartiality of the committee. I know they want a bipartisan view on the committee to reflect on anything brought to it, but I worry about the partisanship that can actually happen, especially when something is very aggressively pursued as a complaint. And I worry about that bipartisanship that may not happen. So I just want to flag the fact that I'm not only talking for myself, of course, and that is that if something comes before the committee and I perceive it to be, or I perceive the discussion to be, I should say, to be a partisan discussion or a partisan outcome, I certainly won't want to sit on the committee from then on. I just want to flag that. I do believe that the chair of the committee is someone that I do respect as a human being, as a man, but of course there's no guarantee that Councillor Allen is always going to be the chair, right? I mean, chairs can be replaced, members can be replaced as well. So I don't know actually how that works. We haven't really talked about that. Maybe the Lord Mayor can address that if he's back in the Zoom meeting. When it comes to replacements, now I do understand that if one of the members of the committee actually has an action being brought against them, and it comes to the committee, that they would stand aside, and the Lord Mayor would. With the opposition's leaders' consultation, they would appoint another person onto the committee to adjudicate. But I just wonder when just in general terms, will committee members be taken off and put on for other reasons or for any other reasons? So I just want to pose that to Lord Mayor. Maybe he can answer that question, just to satisfy my own thoughts on the matter. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to address item E and item F. First of all, item E, obviously, as has been made very clear here, this is a legislative requirement for us to have an as needed role for somebody somehow. If something comes back from the independent assessor, it needs to be dealt with by council. The Lord Mayor made it very clear that he did not think the option of him being the adjudicator was appropriate, and I agree wholeheartedly. And I also don't believe the full council chamber is appropriate for these matters to be debated as well. So that left us with the third option of an ethics committee. Now, can I make it very clear where the structure from this ethics committee was based on? It is based on exactly the same. Sorry,
Councillor Adams, I was just insisting that you be heard in silence.
Thank you. It is exactly the same as the Ethics Committee that we see in state parliament. There are 3 administration councillors. There are 3 opposition councillors, and in the state, the same. 3 ALP members for parliament, 3 LNP members for parliament. Surprisingly not, the administration is the chair, and the chair has the deciding vote. This is not some secret big trick that the Lord Mayor has come up with. We have mirrored the State Parliament Ethics Committee, mirrored the Ethics Committee in State Parliament. And I take on board, Councillor Strunk, that you would love to see a gender balance.
A point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Councillor Adams is misleading the chamber because the committee at State Parliament works differently. It allows
that's not the point she was making. That wasn't a point of order. Thanks, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Adams, please continue.
Thank you. And I do know that Councillor Strunk said he would like to see more of a gender balance on this committee. And your Councillor Strunk, if you could get some more females in your team, that'd be fantastic too. I fully agree, because we've got 50% on this side. So stump up and get us some more females on your team, and we'll welcome them onto the Ethics Committee if they're eligible under the guidelines that we've put forward today. When it comes to item F, Mr. Chair, through you, I am not surprised at what we heard, the vitriol and the diatribe from the councillor for Tennyson. She's made it very clear that she has never respected the CEO's position in this place, and she said it herself from the first day. This has nothing to do with the role of the CEO in this place. This is all to do with playing the man, and I actually wouldn't expect much more from Councillor Johnston either.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
The Deputy Mayor is definitely imputing motive against me, and I would ask that that is withdrawn.
Thanks, Councillor Johnston. There were some pretty awful things said tonight, but I'm going to ask, I'm going to insist that the Deputy Mayor stay within the lines, and I will ask if she would like to withdraw. That is up to her.
I'm not quite sure what I need to withdraw, because Councillor Johnston did say she didn't like Mr. Jensen. She didn't think he did a good job and hasn't liked him from day one. So I'm not quite sure which part she would like.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
To you.
I did not say that. That's definitely not the language I used. And I am objecting to the fact that Councillor Adams is imputing motive by saying I'm playing the man. I outlined why he was not a suitable person and moved to procedural amendment.
For a long time. We're nearing the conclusion, I think. I'm going to ask Councillor Adams to just to quickly withdraw that one statement.
I am happy to withdraw playing the man, Mr. Chair. I was genuinely asking what part she wanted to be withdraw, because she did say the other points. But with regards to Mr. Jensen and the role as CEO, I have to concur exactly with the Lord Mayor about, well, actually not with the Lord Mayor. What the Lord Mayor said, we heard very clearly from Minister Hinchliffe, that he is a man of extreme professionalism, integrity and passion. And I have to say, as somebody who's been in this council now for quite a while, 12 years, his dedication to this organisation repeatedly goes above and beyond. I was quite surprised to hear that Mr. Jensen would need to submit a CV on why he is a suitable candidate for the 10 years that he has had in this place. This is a large organisation that he has run extremely well over the time of his tenure. And over those last 10 years, it has not been an easy time. We have seen the 2011 floods, which I know for a fact, we had a CEO who slept in his office for nearly a week during the recovery efforts that we needed over the first few weeks of that flood. We have had severe storms like what we saw in November 2014 that had massive impact on suburbs across the city. We had the G20, which was an amazing effort for Brisbane, the most successful G20 across the globe for the plans that were put in place from our organisation. And right now, we are facing a crisis and a pandemic that has not been seen globally for 100 years. And we're getting suggestions from the other side of the chambers that maybe we should go and look at somebody else and see how they can go. Let's take a chance on how they can go. That is not how you run an organisation the size of Brisbane City Council. To think now that anyone could do a better job than Colin Jensen in that role in these times is ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous. And it was no sly comment from the Lord Mayor.
No objections, please. Councillor Adams.
There was no sly comment from the Lord Mayor saying, hey, Colin, would you like to do it? Oh, yeah, thanks, Lord Mayor, I will. This is a serious job. It is an important job, and it cannot be done by just anybody. And I agree again with the Lord Mayor that to keep Colin in this role at the moment, Mr. Jensen, is extremely important, beyond the fact that he has shown us that he can do this role in outstanding fashion over the last 10 years. What we heard from some councillors on the other side was disappointing, but as I said, not surprising, and I fully support this recommendation to the chamber.
Further speakers? I see no further speakers. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to clear up a couple of things just briefly. First of all, with the Ethics Committee, there was a suggestion, I think it was Councillor Cassidy made, that the Ethics Committee would receive information about inappropriate conduct without recommendations or without finding of guilt or otherwise. That is not the case. So in all cases, the Ethics Committee will receive a recommended finding. My view on this is that the Ethics Committee, the Bipartisan Ethics Committee, would have to have a very good reason to go against the recommended finding. And it would need to be a bipartisan reason. With bipartisan support. So the way this process will work is the Office of the Independent Assessor would refer a matter back to council where there's suspected or alleged inappropriate conduct. That would then go to the state-appointed Councillor Conduct Tribunal. So this tribunal is not something we've appointed. This is a state-appointed entity. That entity would investigate. And now I think it was Councillor Johnston that said, what recourse do councillors have? It won't be the Ethics Committee that will be investigating this. It will be the state-appointed Councillor Conduct Tribunal that will be investigating. Once that investigation has been completed, the state-appointed Councillor Conduct Tribunal would make a referral to the Ethics Committee with a recommended finding and a recommended punishment, I understand. So that is the way it will work. There will always be a recommendation. And as I said, there would have to be a very good reason why the Ethics Committee would go against that recommendation. We have deliberately set this up as a bipartisan committee with a LNP chair and a Labor deputy chair. There are no other committees like that in council. This is a very special committee for a specific purpose, and it will receive those recommendations from the independent state-appointed tribunal and the OIA. Councillor Strunk referred to the gender balance on the committee, and I'm not sure whether he was joking about this, but we would happily appoint more Labor women to this committee. If we actually had any more Labor women, there are 4 men and 2 women on this committee, but the Labor Party has 4 men and 1 woman in their team. So we only had one choice, and we did appoint Cara Cook as the deputy to the committee. But you provide more choices, we will certainly make more female appointments to that committee. That is something we are proud to do. We are proud to have a team which has gender balance, both in the team and in the cabinet. The first administration ever in the history of City Council to do that, and the first large organisation in Australia, political government organisation in Australia, to achieve that gender balance. Finally, regarding the CEO, look, I really think it's disappointing that one particular councillor seems to have such a negative view of the current CEO. And it's quite clearly not one that is shared by other councillors. When you hear the debate, And I guess the best way that I can illustrate this unreasonable negative view is every year in the last meeting of council before Christmas, we do a special motion of appreciation to the council staff. And we stand up and give our thanks for the work that council staff from the CEO down do in supporting our city and helping us do the job that we do. And every year, all councillors sign a letter of thanks that goes up in Brisbane Square so that all the council staff can see the signature of each councillor saying thank you for the work they've done over the past 12 months. Yet every year, one particular councillor deliberately pens on that letter, I thank everyone except for the CEO of council. So this is what we're dealing with here, and I think that puts it in perspective. Look, I do not understand why that is the case, but Mr. Jensen is widely respected across the political divide. And I quoted from Minister Hinchliffe before, Mr. Jensen has worked far more time under Labor governments than he has with us through his career. But I can say this about him. He is genuinely non-partisan and non-political. He is a genuine professional. And finally, I have never called him mate, never. And I wouldn't do that because there is a respect there for the job that he does and for the role that he performs for council. And I do believe that Brisbane City Council is fortunate to have such a highly qualified professional Chief Executive Officer and one of Australia's best and most respected public servants.
I'll now put the items to the resolution. I'll now put item E. All those in favour of item E, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. And please lower your hands. And those against, please say no and raise your hand.
No.
The ayes have it. On item F, all those in favour, please say
Hello, point of order.
point of order.
There were some no's. Can you please call the outcome so we can move?
Okay, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Johnston. Is there a person supporting the division? Anyone? There is only one. I will now.
Can you hear me? Division?
No, I did not hear you. I didn't hear you. But that's all right. I'm in a generous mood. Please ring the bells. All right. On item E, all those in favour of the resolution, please say aye, raise your hand and hold it there so it may be counted.
Aye.
Thank you, councillors. Please lower your hands. And those voting no, please say so and raise your hand and hold it there so it may be counted.
No.
I believe so. Please lower your hands. Thank you. Clerks, please read the result. Just hold it. That's it. No, hold the space bar down.
Mr. Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 21 in favour, 2 against and 2 abstentions.
Thank you. The ayes have it. I'll now move to item F. All those in favour of item F, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And please lower your hands. And all those against, please say no and raise your hands.
No.
No.
The ayes have it.
Division.
Called Councillor Johnston. Second. Do I have a
Division.
second? Division called by Councillor Shree. Please ring the bells. Councillors, all those in favour of item F, please say aye, raise your hand and hold it there so it may be counted.
Aye.
Aye.
Right. Please lower your hands. And those who do not support the resolution, please say no and raise your hand and hold it there so it may be counted.
No.
No. No.
Clerks, please read the result.
Mr. Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 20 in favour and 7 against.
Thank you. The ayes have it. That concludes the Establishment Coordination Committee report. Thank you, councillors. The next committee, and this is going to be a new treat for everyone, the next committee will be chaired by the Deputy Chair, Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Chair. I draw everyone's attention to the Planning and Economic Committee. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. I move that the City Planning and Economic Development Committee minutes on the meeting held on Tuesday, the 19th of May, 2020 be adopted.
Yeah, I did one, have your wrong. I didn't hear the Deputy Mayor. Where is she?
I did read it. Do you need me to read it again?
Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor. We were just changing over loudspeakers. Sorry, if you wouldn't mind, I didn't hear it the first time.
That's correct. I move, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that the City Planning and Economic Development Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 19th of May, 2020 be adopted.
Second that.
Seconded. Right. It's been moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Hammond, that the report of the City Planning and Economic Development Committee meeting dated Tuesday, the 19th of May, 2020 be adopted. Deputy Mayor.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Shree.
Sorry, Chair. Mostly just for my interest, I was keen to understand whether a ruling from you as to whether Councillor Johnston is currently present in the meeting.
Yes, I can actually see that a representation of Councillor Johnston is actually in the meeting. However, she's not speaking, and she does require to be present to speak. So if her call flute does start speaking, she'll require to replace it with her person. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Last week we had a presentation on Brisbane's Knowledge Corridor, which is a very important strategic framework that the council officers have been working on in partnership with the state government, with the Cross River Rail and Metro planning over the last couple of years. The Brisbane's Knowledge Corridor runs north to south through Brisbane's inner city between Bowen Hills and Dutton Park, featuring clusters of knowledge-based businesses, universities, research institutes and hospitals. As mentioned, the corridor will be traversed by Brisbane Metro and Cross River Rail, both of which are major infrastructure projects that are set to kickstart growth in jobs and fuel more housing and lifestyle opportunities as well. The exciting part of this is the acceleration in growth that we'll be able to see in Brisbane's knowledge economy. And based on this, Council has prepared 5 precinct renewal strategies for consultation, which have included the Boggo Road Precinct, Woolloongabba Precinct, Albert Street, Roma Street, and the Exhibition Precinct. The draft framework and the 5 precinct strategies are now live on Council's website, and are open for feedback until the 29th of June. I would ask all councillors to make sure they encourage their residents, business owners and property owners, particularly those councillors close to these precincts, to have their say on these strategies. Also before us, we have a petition requesting council to refuse the development application at 55 Benheim Street at Callum Vale, and I will leave the debate to the chambers.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Is there any further debate? I see no one raising their hands, Deputy Mayor. Right, so the resolution has been put. All those in favour say aye, and to the contrary, no.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, so we've got the ayes and the noes. I believe the ayes have it. Move on to the next report. Councillors, I draw your attention to the Public and Active Transport Committee. Councillor Murphy.
Yeah, thanks very much, Deputy Chair. I move that the minutes of the Public and Active Transport Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 19th of May, 2020, be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Murphy and seconded by Councillor Owen that the report of the Public and Active Transport Committee meeting dated Tuesday, the 19th of May, 2020, be adopted. Councillor Murphy.
Yeah, thanks very much, Deputy Chair. Last week's committee presentation was on bikeway planning in Brisbane, and I think it's very, very good to see how far we've come as a city in terms of our bikeway planning. Brisbane has a long and proud history of cycling, dating back to the 1890s when penny farthing bicycles traversed Brisbane streets. One of the first cyclist road maps in Brisbane was actually produced in 1896 by the Surveyor General's Department, which looked at recreational cycling in Brisbane and the surrounding areas. Leading up to the year 2000, transport plans started to acknowledge that cycling was a legitimate mode of transport as well. And between 2000 and 2008, council's approach to bikeway planning involved using parkland and waterways to provide cycling facilities. A good example of this is the Kedron Brook Bikeway, now one of Brisbane's most popular bike paths, which takes about 800 trips per day under normal circumstances. Council also started installing on-street bicycle lanes and connections to the Southeast Freeway bikeway. Work then began in earnest on the Bicentennial Bikeway, effectively building an active transport superhighway along the Brisbane River. Council's active school travel program kicked off in 2004 and is now a globally recognised award-winning behaviour change program. With the growing popularity of cycling, discussions then began on a public bike hire scheme, with City Cycle launching 10 years ago in 2010. Today, the combined bikeway network in Brisbane is approximately 938 kilometres, almost 1,000 kilometres, and 90% of this network is council-owned. The network includes major commuter bikeways such as the Bicentennial Bikeway, which is jointly owned by TMR and Council and is Brisbane's busiest bikeway with 3,600 trips per day. The North Brisbane Bikeway, which is jointly owned by TMR and Council with an average of 1,200 trips per day. The Veloway One, or V1, which I know the Transport and Main Roads Minister Mark Bailey uses very regularly, has an average trips of 1,000 per day. The Gateway Upgrade North Bikeway, which is TMR owned, and the Jim Sawley Bikeway have a combined average of 1,000 trips per day. The Western Freeway Bikeway with an average of 500 trips per day, and the Kedron Brook Bikeway and Bilimba Creek Bikeway, Norman Creek Bikeways also, as I've mentioned. During the committee meeting, Councillor Shree made an inquiry about bikeway investment, and I'm pleased to just provide a summary of this for the chamber. Over the last term, Council's invested more than $100 million in active travel infrastructure through the Better Bikeways for Brisbane program alone to build a cleaner, greener and more active city. $51 million of that has gone towards signature projects. So last year, Council constructed Brisbane's first on-road bi-directional separated bikeway with the Woolloongabba Bikeway, costing $15.3 million, with innovative features such as one of Queensland's first floating bus stops, first of their kind. And the Woolloongabba Bikeway now seats 1,200 trips per day. So it's certainly true what they say, build it and they will come. The same year, we've also delivered the Kangaroo Point Stage 1, which is a $6.9 million investment, including innovative shared street on Little Dock Street with an average amount of trips of 3,000 per day happening on that bikeway. The Botanic Gardens Riverwalk and River Hub, combined investment of $20 million, has enhanced the Brisbane River as a recreational and tourist destination with an average of 1,300 trips per day. And of course, we're now starting to see serious work on the Indooroopilly Riverwalk, which has been enthusiastically welcomed by the community, and that's a $9 million investment in last year's Better Bikeways for Brisbane program, contributing towards that project, although obviously the total cost of that project is higher. In addition to these signature bikeways, we've invested $24 million on improving suburban links right across the city. Encouraging and enabling active travel isn't just about building bikeways, of course. $6.7 million has gone to lighting upgrades to ensure our bikeways are accessible and safe. And $8 million has gone to enhancing safety and cyclist facilities through a number of smaller projects. These include installing and managing bike shelters, parking facilities, the removal of unpopular deflection rails and banana bars, and installing bikeway counters. 10% of the overall budget, so $10 million, has gone towards investigation and design to ensure that we construct high quality bikeway products for the people of Brisbane to enjoy for generations to come. And I know that many councillors are interested in the pipeline of projects that we will be delivering over the coming term. This is in addition to projects, and I mentioned this last week, that we deliver as part of infrastructure projects which aren't included in the bikeway schedules, and there are many of them, which I described last week. So Wynnum Road Stage 1, Kingsford Smith Drives, Laura's Bonnie Riverwalk. No one would argue that those aren't critical parts of the bikeway network, and yet all of the money that we invest in building those facilities actually sits outside this program. So it's certainly not true to say that you can accurately describe the total sum of investment in bikeways in this city just from the numbers that you see in the schedules. Now, future planning of Brisbane's bikeway network will involve identifying opportunities to fill missing links in the network, constructing new bikeway connections, focusing on the inner city and connections to public transport, and also major suburban hubs, providing connections to the future green bridges, installing lighting on existing bikeways to ensure safety and their ability to be used at night, continuing to provide supporting infrastructure such as wayfinding and end of trip facilities and bikeway counters is also very important. And today, as part of the announcement around the e-scooters initiative, we made a commitment to harmonising the various different counters that we have to track bikeway usage around the city, so that there's one source of truth there which we can enhance through open data initiatives and make that data available to the travelling public. Now, Council's undertaking a total review of existing bikeway network within the city plan to identify network deficiencies, gaps and opportunities. This is a working document currently in development. As part of the review, Council is taking into consideration the increases in e-scooter usage and how this will influence active travel across the city, especially as it pertains to last mile connectivity. The outcome of the review will mean a prioritised investment program that aligns with Council's strategic objectives and the policies of the Transport Plan for Brisbane and the Brisbane Active Transport Strategy 2012 to 2026. The review will also inform the State Government's Principal Cycling Network Plan, and Council and TMR will continue to plan and deliver projects that provide missing gaps and improve the interface between both cycling networks. We also had two petitions, one requesting Council relocate the terminus in Mountford Road to Brunswick Street New Farm, which was received during the 2020 election recess. All voted in favour of that. And then another...
Point of order, Chair.
One moment, Councillor Murphy. Point of order, Councillor Sri.
Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to check if Councillor Murphy would take a question about those costings. I just want to make sure I got them all down.
Councillor Murphy, would you take a question?
Sure.
Thanks. Sorry. So I got 51 million for signature projects, 24 million on improving suburban links, 8 million towards bike shelters, etc., and 10 million towards investigation and design. I think I've missed something because I'm 7 million short.
Yes, there was some ones in there that were small, and I didn't combine the total. So I can come back to you offline, Councillor Sri.
Feel free to email me. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. You've got 2 minutes remaining.
2 minutes remaining. Okay, well, I will... there was another petition requesting Council to reconsider the design of the proposed Toowong to West End Greenbridge to remove bus services, and I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Is there any debate? Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on item A, Brisbane's bikeway planning. It's fascinating to sit back and listen to the presentation about bikeways in Brisbane when your own ward is ignored, not just one term or two terms, but very significantly, pretty much the whole time I've been here. It says here that between 2012 and 16 and 2016-20, $220 million was invested in council bikeways. Now, the only money that was invested in Tennyson Ward was a $3,000 signage program at the deaf school at Yurongpilly that I asked for. Every other bikeway project in my ward that I have requested, that cyclists have requested, has been ignored. Now, that ranges from small things like moving poles on footpaths, which are very narrow in many parts of my older area so that you can get through to new bikeway infrastructure to support cycling. Now, it's not like Tennyson Ward, you know, is this really sleepy ward where no one rides a bike. Tennyson Ward actually is a significant part of the River City Loop, a 35-kilometre loop that services the largest number of cyclists every single day. Thousands of people every single day do this 35-kilometre recreational ride. Now, in addition to that, of course, we have a lot of people who cycle to school. I have very active school program in my ward that I strongly support. And we obviously have people who ride to get to work or university or school more generally. What is really disappointing to me is that council refuses to invest in cycling infrastructure. And there are huge gaps in my ward. And I find it very entertaining that Councillor Murphy says the project's going to look at, you know, plugging the gaps. I mean, Sherwood Road, which has been on my list since I started, doesn't even have a footpath. There are 3 bridges you have to cross. It's not even more than a metre wide. And it's not safe for people on foot. It's not safe for people on cycle. It's not safe for people on bikes. And it's been my #1 bikeway project since day one. So that's just over 12 years now. There is no on or off road cycling protection on that east-west connection between Sherwood and Rocklea. And if there was, that would enable you to connect into the Yeronga and the Tarragindi Bikeway in the east. There's nowhere to connect in the west at Sherwood because there's no cycling infrastructure along Oxley Road. So I've got 3 arterial roads in my ward, none of which have any kind of on or off road cycling infrastructure on them. Even projects brought about by the coroner's recommendation regarding Annerley Road and Rebecca Mayer's death a few years ago, that huge investment of money stops on the edge of my ward. Annerley Road is not all the way connected. Only half of Annerley Road actually has cycling infrastructure. So there is an acute need in my ward for basic cycling infrastructure. The only things that this LNP administration is doing in my ward, which I understand the cycling community supports, because I do talk to them, the only things this administration is doing is taking away the BAZs, the bicycle awareness zones that I've been here 12 years. I remember they brought in with great fanfare. It'll help vehicles and cyclists share the road. Well, now we go, no, they're not safe anymore, and we're getting rid of those. And then 2, the banana bars, which was a special Lord Mayoral, Deputy Mayoral promise as it was back in the day. So we're not making any progress at all in Tennyson Ward. And then the icing on the cake came today with an email from the Manager of Transport Planning and Operations indicating to me that council was doing some reviews of primary and secondary cycling routes within my ward. and I'd be contacted in early 2021 for my feedback to be sought. Now that's, let's say that means January 2021. That's 7 months away. Let's say that's March 2021. That's 10 months away. So I've got an email in May saying I'm going to be consulted in early 2021 on bikeways. And to be honest, I actually thought it was a joke and I read it because it came yesterday and then the manager recalled it and then it got sent through again today. And when I read the first one, I thought, oh, well, that must be a mistake. And then I opened the second one, same thing. So the mistake, I haven't actually seen what the mistake is yet, but the mistake is not that council will consider cycling infrastructure now. They're going to possibly talk to me in early 2021. I would really like Councillor Murphy to explain to me why I'm being told in May that I might be consulted in 7 to 10 months' time about cycling infrastructure in my ward. I have over and over again contributed to every single PIP, LGIP, bikeway that was in other people's wards. I've made budget submissions, you name it. I have given council over 12 years consistently what are the key priorities. And this council has ignored them. And now, in something that I think they've put a lot of effort into, they'll consult me in 7 to 10 months about primary and secondary cycling routes in my ward. I just say to Space for Cycling and Bug West, who I know regularly watch the council meetings. I mean, the Lord Mayor thinks no one out there's watching, but I have to say residents in my ward and stakeholders in the western suburbs are usually really keen on what's happening at council. I just say to you, this is how out of touch and incompetent this administration is. The cycling community in this city is running a major campaign to deal with COVID responses that will find some temporary fixes to improve cycling. And this administration has written to me saying that they'll consult me in 7 to 10 months. And you wonder why I have some problems with how this council operates.
For the debate, Councillor Landers.
Mr Deputy Chair, I move that council now adjourn for a short break of 15 minutes, which commences when all councillors have left the meeting.
Do we have a second? Councillor Hutton's seconded. Those in favour of the resolution, raise your hand. Yeah, thank you. The ayes have it. We'll see you in 15 minutes. Thank you.